Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session, to this afternoon session in Aix-en-Provence. I'm Emmanuel Kessler. I'm the president of the parliamentary channel LCP-AN, channel 8 on TNT. That's for ad purposes. So, how about economic growth and fair taxation, the impossible balance? I am lucky to moderate this wonderful session on this terrible debate. I'm not sure you have read about the controversies in the French press on the budget and the parliament discussions, but also will have an international dimension. So before introducing the main speakers in this debate that will allow you also, that will also give you an opportunity to have a Q&A session, I'm going to give the floor to Pierre Boyer, first of all, who's the representative of Le Cercle des Économistes, who was in charge of coordinating this debate. Pierre, hello. You're professor at the Department of Finance of the Polytechnic Institute. You're a researcher at the Public Studies. So the impossible balance between growth and fair taxation, there's not even a question mark. Do you think it's relevant? And maybe you can lay the foundations of this discussion. Thank you for giving me the floor. Do we need to choose between economic growth and fair taxation? If we want to be optimistic, we'll say yes to this question and delve into something else altogether straight away. But we are very optimistic here, and our history has shown that we managed to have a high level of economic development whilst maintaining high fair taxation. Taxation equity. How can we facilitate the redistribution of a pie whose size is increasing? That's a message of hope, but also that needs adjustment for the emerging countries. Today in France, we redistribute a lot, but we're talking about a pie that is smaller. This is 20% in India, 13% in Uganda, but the growth is 8% in India, 7% in Uganda, where we reach 1%, and it's actually hard to reach 1% in France. Our debt increases to fund our lifestyle. Companies do not invest in breakthrough innovations, and households find it difficult to make both ends meet. So it is hard to find the balance between growth and fair taxation, and to do so democratically. What is the role of taxation in a society? Here, the important notion is consent to taxation, and it is essential. But we can say that in France it's fragile, and we cannot be considered as something vested. So the barometer of the Council of Mandatory levies and good use of public spending are actually the main elements of consent to taxation. Another lesson is anything that regards inheritance is actually the less popular if we take the standpoint of the parents, but it's not the same thing as if we think about the children if they have to receive inheritance depending on their birthplace. The difference between taxation and use was not actually a promising venue. So we saw that promising the French people that we could deduct the amount of donations to associations from taxes could actually increase and foster consent to taxation. How can we do more with less? We need some time to do spending in ecological transition, national defense, whilst we observe continually changes in public policies. We need to improve our social fiscal systems to combine fair taxation and equity. How can we have a social pact and a tax pact? How can we which answer is going to be given by the speakers? I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. You've talked about hot potatoes. It will be very interesting to listen to the speakers. All those that read the media, you certainly referred to a lot of headlines that will be important. So Véronique Milcher is also a speaker. She's a partner and responsible in charge of taxation within Baker & McKenzie firm. That's one of the main lawyer firms of Paris, and dealing with consultancy in terms of taxation worldwide. The president of the European Central Bank was also a partner before you of this firm, so that actually is very promising for you within Baker & McKenzie. Gérard Beckerman, you know him, he's the president of Affaires. the French Association of Savings and Retirement Funds, 57 billions under management, and he's just renewed his 5-year term of office, because we have more 5-year terms of office than for French presidents of the Republic. Then we have Mr. Gobi. He's one of the main stakeholders of public generosity, with 12,000 projects funded in 2024. We're talking about 300 million annual donations. You have a long career as a diplomat. You were a French ambassador. You committed a lot in the EU. You were at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs until 2014. We're talking about the international dimension. We'll have it also with Enka Singh, who's the president of the Institute for Economic Growth, also the chairman of the 15th Commission of India, 15th Commission, which is a commission in charge of working on mandatory levies and taxes. Everything that is deducted and everything that is redistributed in terms of public spending. Then we have Ramatan Gobi, who's an economist. You have a solid academic career already behind you. You also have a political and administrative career, very international. You are today Secretary of the Treasury in the Republic of Uganda. Welcome to you in Aix-en-Provence for the Rencontre Économique. So the first question will start. Véronique Milicher, because we are actually at a crossroads in terms of public spending. We're talking about corporations that you know very well, because you know the situation very well. It's very specific also. So whilst we have a very stressed budget situation with a lot of debt and a score that has been downgraded, what about the relationship with taxation? Isn't it indispensable to have the public finance back on tracks? And should we target budget for maybe we could target taxation and focus on the corporations with the highest revenue, especially in France? This is a vast subject, obviously, and this is really a hot topic. I would like rather to talk about companies, which I advise, of all sizes and formats, because the question of taxation is the same, whatever the company size, irrespective of the size. Taxation is a financial data to manage for companies. Can we hear her well? Can you hear her well? Please keep the mic close to you, otherwise it's going to be impossible. So it is a financial data, just like any other financial parameter to be managed by the company. And what is very important for the company is to have a long-term vision. This morning, I was attending the session on territorial gaps, and they said what is missing is a long-term vision of the subject, and taxation is the same problem. So what is important is to have a system that is stable, that can be foreseeable and consistent. And if we need more taxation, because we've seen the status of public budget and finance, we know that if we don't pay more taxation, we won't adjust the public finance. But we need a framework. When companies hear that the research tax credit is a fiscal niche that costs 8 billion euros and maybe we'll cancel it altogether and we'll have 8 billion back, it's actually a fallacy, because the research tax credit has been existing since 1923. It has proved its efficiency, and it has improved and boosted the activity of important sectors of the economy, organizing themselves around this, and it's an important parameter. And it would be very dangerous to cancel it altogether. So, yes, I would say yes to participate to the collective effort. However, we shouldn't do it by changing every day our stance on the subject. It's not all or nothing in terms of taxation, because we could revisit the research tax credit for those that have used it for excessive tax optimization purposes, and maybe we could keep the intent and letter for companies for which it is an important tool. Indeed, for when we talk about incentives, well, sometimes we have also frauds that are combined with it, and unfortunately, it goes often hand in hand together, and they shouldn't exist anymore, or they need to be repressed. So we have to tackle the merits of the case, and these are important these fiscal niches are actually very important for the growth of the economy. We have to be aware that we shouldn't we shouldn't discontinue growth drivers in the name of because of frauds. So do you share your colleagues' opinion? Well, thank you for your concision, Véronique, first of all. How brief should I be? Because I prepared something lasting 1 hour, but I could sum it up in 1 minute if you want me. So you'd rather have 1 minute? Yes, of course. So that's my conclusion. First of all, tax was created at a time when France had just lost 7 million had sustained 7 million casualties because of the war, and we had something else in mind. Something else to take into consideration at the time. The focus had been put on family, health, and old age. Then, after decades, there has been an evolution in the state missions that were allocated to the state. And that has nothing to do with taxation. And we have seen the state dealing with everything at once, except what is essential. And this is why we are reaching a situation where we have 3,000 billion euros of public debt, and we can't refund. And so the state needs to be challenged. So my conclusion in terms of taxation is the following. The best of all taxes is the smallest one. It's the smallest one. It is a fallacy to think that through taxation we can obtain social balance and equity. Too many taxes would be needed to have justice. I'm an economist. We have thought about it at length. This is actually a matter of annual flows of 250 billion euros if we want to eradicate poverty in a country such as France. Tax on income tax represents less than half of what we have today. So we would need to double it to make sure that we eradicate poverty on behalf of social fairness and fiscal fairness, may it be in the name of Kant, Descartes, or Rose, any kind of philosopher. And they didn't want to give an eternal definition of this. So what we have to do is to put the government back to its place. It was said earlier that the government of business shouldn't be the business of governments. They deal with too many things at once, and in terms of accounting, there's assets and liabilities. And it's actually extraordinary that we are only focusing on assets on only one side of the balance sheet. And it seems that the state is hemiplegic. We only deal with tax income, and this is not enough to eradicate poverty. So what we need to do is to take also into consideration the stated that is ours. We're not only taxpayers, and the majority of the other nationals do not pay taxes. 23 million of tax households are actually tax exempt. I'm talking about the income tax. They pay VAT, they pay a wide array of taxes. When we say they don't pay taxes, it's not true. We talk about income taxes, but we can't use VAT as a tax, as a social redistribution tool. We have 23 million taxpayers in France, so many more people are not paying taxes than those that pay tax. So we need to reshuffle our paradigms in terms of the way we approach tax, so that tax can be a real tool of redistribution. If we should think that redistribution is indeed a public target, which has never been the case when it was implemented at the beginning of the years 1920, in the 20s. Thank you. That's very liberal as a point of view. So there's a social redistribution in France, which is quite significant. So Pierre Sellal, you're chairing the Fondation de France. Would you like to follow up on this? Yes, I would like to talk in my previous capacity that you mentioned earlier as the president in Brussels. I stayed long in Brussels, and we have a reflex. We compare the situation of France with such of our partners. And in this field, what is striking in terms of public deficits, it's actually the discrepancies and the frauds. When we talk about public deficit, it's the highest in the Eurozone when we talk about France. And this was actually recalled by the higher audit court. This is among the highest in the Eurozone. And it continues to grow and has been continuing to grow for 3 years, whereas the other indebted countries like Italy and Greece and Portugal have managed to curb this ratio. And also, you've mentioned it as well, the level of mandatory levies is higher by 3 or 4 points as compared to the other Eurozone countries. So that gives us a hint of a conclusion. It's not a matter of excessive tax moderation, but rather the fact that we have a problem with it. And we should actually go closer to the European average. So it's a matter of public spending that needs to be looked upon. Keep the mic close to your mouth. So we need to make savings, and we need to be selective in our public spending. Over the last 20 years, the share of spending that is necessary, retirement and health, actually they've lost 2 GDP points, whereas for education, for instance, they decreased by 1 point of GDP point. So we need to be more focused and more selective in our approach. I would like to ask you a question that was actually alluded to by Pierre Boyer earlier on. You're the president of the main body, which is the most well-known by the French people, asking for the generosity of the public against the background of the efforts that are looked for in 2026. The government could challenge partly or have a ceiling in terms of tax deductions of private individuals or companies, and also for the real estate wealth tax that facilitates donations to public interest charities. So what do you think about this as the president of Fondation de France? And it's the first time that you hear in Aix and that you speak on this subject further to this announcement in the press. It would be a very bad omen for anything relating to philanthropy and charity in France. Donations, especially from companies, amount to 9 billion euros. And when we talk about tax spending, we're talking about 3 billion euros. So what we have to remember at all times is donations always have a cost. Sometimes we represent this as a means to be exempted from the donation itself. No. The exemption never reaches the totality of the donation. So what you pay is higher to what you would have paid. I'm sorry, the interpreter cannot hear everything that the gentleman is saying. So also it shows that there's a correlation between the donation amount, the proportion of the donation, even if it's always voluntary, and the tax assistance, the tax adjustments related to it. They pretend that there's an elasticity of the donation as regards to the tax treatment. We've had the experience during the replacement of the ISF by IFI from the income wealth tax to the real estate wealth tax. So if there's a challenge of the tax treatment, there will be a diminution of the donations accordingly. But what I think what we should do is that this tax spending is at once justified and necessary. It is profitable, first of all, because the economic effect of philanthropic donation with the ancillary effect of volunteer work goes actually far beyond the tax burden. And also, it's a tax spending which is socially virtuous because it prompts each and every one to bring a contribution to common interest. And it's also a necessary tax spending. Why? Because considering the disengagement of the state in the cultural field, in research that was mentioned earlier, in many fields of the education or social realm, there's not really a willingness to substitute this by philanthropy, but rather to try to complete investment in culture and research. And there's not only a matter of consent to donation. Donation is always on a volunteer basis. So what I hear is that you're not in favor to this prospect. You have understood me fully. Thank you.
Mr. N.K. Singh, President of the Institute for Economic Growth in India. So we'll expand our view in this period where we have tendency to fall back into our own prospects in our countries. A country with very strong growth, much stronger growth than France, but with real social challenges also. So how do you see this balance between tax treatment and social justice and growth?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. This is the first time that I'm participating in a conference of this nature. And I greatly value this opportunity. With my colleague, who is, of course, the head of the Treasury in Uganda, and India, which is now the world's most populous country, 1.4 billion people, growing at an average of 7% in real terms, which in nominal terms, as the bankers would tell you, would be in the region of about 10.5 to 11% per annum, with a fiscal deficit which we have managed to control and keep it in certain limits, and an amazing symmetry of macroeconomic policies between monetary authorities and fiscal authorities. I have first, with your permission, Mr. Moderator, 3 points to make, and I'll make them briefly. First and foremost, I think a generic treatment of this subject in presenting as a dual choice, growth versus taxation, is a false choice. I think that the authorities face what I called the impossible trinity. Impossible trinity, as my economists would know, has been used in the context of central bankers. But I think that this impossible trinity exists more in the context of policy makers. Why? The difficulty is that countries which are capital deficient, like the countries of the South in general, India also is a capital deficient country, has one important challenge of having tax structures which would be favorable to fresh investment, to inward capital flows, and act as a powerful incentive of further enhancing the capability of India's large corporate sector, both large, small, and medium. This is one particular aspect. The second particular aspect is, as you rightly pointed out, how does one in this process balance out the need of enticing capital, enticing investment, along with the compulsions of enhancing public outlays on public infrastructure, on health, on education, and ensuring that large parts of rural India, large parts of India which have still not got out of poverty. Though, by the way, Mr. Moderator, I must tell you that we have this spectacular record of having pulled out 270 million people in 10 years from out of abject poverty. And this, by the way, in the enhanced definition of the World Bank, where the poverty definition itself has changed now to 3.14, certainly $2.5 per day. How does one really, therefore, have enough resources to support large public outlays? And that is a second challenge. The third important challenge, as was rightly being pointed out here in a different context, the challenge of equity, inclusiveness, and combining the virtues of inclusiveness and equity in what I called a morally valuable model to balance out these three. Now, one broad conclusion, two broad conclusions which I reach, is there are no fixed paradigms. One rule doesn't fit all. What would be true for large developed economies would not be true for countries which are developing countries and lower middle income countries like India, which have a long way to go. So that is one rule doesn't fit all. The example of France is fascinating to me. I must begin also, Mr. Moderator, that my very good friend Emily Monchelin, whom I'm meeting 2 days from now, she has done a remarkable effort in seeking to strike this balance. French debt is 114% of national GDP. This is far in excess of acceptable averages. She has done and used the tools in a very transparent way, enhance revenues and cut down on public spending. Not a very popular decision, but perhaps the goals of macroeconomic stability of France would compel further movement in this direction. When it comes to India, I would say 2 points which are, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to make before I close my closing initial remarks. First and foremost, as the chairman of the committee that was set up to redo the international financial architecture, where along with my good friend Larry Summers, President Emeritus of Harvard University, we gave a report which was accepted by the G20, accepted by the French presidency. In fact, President Macron played a very important role. One of the important features there is countries must adopt across the board internationally accepted norms. And if internationally accepted norms, like for instance a minimum rate of corporate taxes, which they had been recommended at 15%, a certain tax on the very rich, a certain way in which the roles of equity and justice are there, this must be embedded in an international agreement, which it was, but it has been reopened, Mr. Moderator, which you know, during the last 3 months, where the United States, which is a large recipient of many of this, has resiled from its commitment on that international agreement on minimum rates of corporate taxes and on certain taxes on the very rich. So the point is, countries today are far too integrated in a value-added chain to act on taxation in a disaggregated way without acting really in tandem with others. That is why I call it the impossible trinity. One final comment. We have succeeded in India in achieving this kind of a symmetry, notwithstanding geopolitical and other uncertainties, in fostering high rates of economic growth, higher amounts of public outlay, and keeping key macroeconomic parameters like fiscal deficit and debt within acceptable limits. Thank you.
Merci de cette première.
Thank you for this first introductory speech. We'll pass the microphone now to Ramatan Gobi, who's the Treasury Secretary from Uganda. Do you have the same vision as your colleague does? And Singh, do you look at you have a country where the poverty is substantial, and we in France, despite a high level of prosperity, we're also dealing with problems, trying to find a balance between fiscal taxation revenue and growth. How do you manage this?
Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me, first of all. I should say that some words like fairness do not augur well with economists. They may be very good words for philosophers and poets and clergy. But sometimes we ask, what is fair? Is it fair to tax disproportionately high the rich so that we can give the money to the poor? Perhaps the poor might have also a right for a good living, a good life. But do you want to promote that kind of trend? Economists have had these debates. I don't want to go back into those controversies. But what I wanted to say is that, number one, countries like mine are grappling, first of all, with how do we broaden the tax base so that we get as many people as possible to contribute their fair share to the tax revenue, which we need to provide public goods. And among these public goods, I should say, redistribution is one of them. When you have an economy where the economic difference between the high incomes and the lower incomes is shrinking, you are really having a very good public good, even to those who are higher income. I used to tell my colleagues when I was in academia that usually in Uganda and in many other parts of Africa, the poor do not sleep because they are hungry, and the rich do not sleep because the poor are awake. So you find the entire society not having a good sleep. And therefore, there is need for redistribution as a public good. I'll make 3 points. Number one, if we want to promote that good balance between growth and fair taxation, we need, first of all, to adhere to the principles of good taxation, principles of good tax policy. What I found is that in modern economies, we tend to do policy informed more by politics and emotions and other things other than the foundational principles of good taxation. And we know them. I don't want to bore you by repeating them. So we should avoid the short-sighted kind of distortionary interventions that we usually make within our policies that end up causing more trouble in our countries. Secondly, contrary to the literature and the IMF, you know, I will mention IMF here because it's like a common playbook. Whenever I interface with the IMF, they tell me, go and remove tax expenditures, remove tax exemptions. But these exemptions are meant to attract capital, which the old man here has talked about. And when I get investment in a capital-constrained country, I create jobs. I will be able to raise incomes. And in essence, I'm redistributing the incomes. There is no way you are going to have good investments in Uganda and in the global south when you don't provide certain incentives to these investors. So there is a need for us to understand, and we've done that in Uganda, and we found that taxation is an appropriate fiscal policy tool for redistribution. Finally, I wanted also us to understand that when we strengthen the targeting of tax exemptions and tax waivers, you are likely to, for example, I will give you an example of zero rating of VAT for particular goods. In Uganda, we zero rate the goods which are consumed by the poor. We zero rate cereals, we zero rate medicines for the poor, we zero rate also things like like education materials. These have been found to be effective in helping the poor to access the kind of goods that they would have found it very difficult to access, much as we trade off some kind of efficacy, some efficiency, because sometimes the high income people also benefit. But I should say it is a good trade-off to pay. I thank you.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I'm going to now turn to Véronique Milichère. As was said earlier by N.K. Singh, from your point of view, what do you think about the possibility of setting up a minimum tax on multinationals that seemed to have been in an international agreement that is now challenged by the United States and that Mr. Singh made reference to? Is this a type of demand that we're giving to the biggest companies that have tax optimization tools that allow them to pay less tax than others, and we know who we're speaking of here, and they create consensus in the rest of society because there's a type of justice, because the richest people and companies cannot be exonerated from the collective tax effort that is asked for. Yes, the OECD many years ago started dealing with this topic because company taxation was national, and so it opened the possibility for tax optimization because certain companies were proposing regimes that were more favorable than others. So there's an aspect that is fighting against a tax fraud. We won't go into that. Measures have been strengthened to fight against this recently. But indeed, there are inequalities that my co-panelists have talked about. And there's Pillar 2, which is a great unknown for big companies. It's the proposal of a minimum tax of 15%. So the rate of taxation on companies in France is 25%. We don't reach that level in this. It's 15%. But this allows us to be on equal footing with other countries that have very low taxation levels. There was a great consensus at the beginning. 140 countries signed the agreement. The big problem was that the United States never signed, because obviously when you go into the details of this Pillar 2 system, you had to understand who pays the complement and how you can calculate a 15% tax for a group. So this is for the big international groups, over 700 million euros of turnover. So how can we determine the base? And the second aspect of this is when the company pays less than 15% total tax, who has to pay the complementary taxation level? And the Americans are very against this, saying there's no way that there's another country that's going to be collecting the gap between the 15% and what the group is paying at home. So there was a strong push. Well before Donald Trump was reelected, the United States had never really adhered to this movement. It was always the question mark that was still in place. But it was going in the right direction. And after the election of Donald Trump, there was a complete 180 on this question because he didn't want this international regulation to be implemented. Right now, because he's threatened retortion, punishing measures to any country that applies this to the U.S. There's a consensus to say the United States will be exempted from this firstly, but they're not out of the system, so that's a good thing. And the system will apply to all the other countries. So this is progress to more equality on tax rates worldwide. Mr. Singh would like to react.
Sur ce point.
No, I think that I entirely agree with you that if the United States doesn't want to adhere to it, the fact that other countries, there is a broad agreement on that, is a positive move forward. Because otherwise, I want to pose two issues to you. How does one live in an era where tax arbitrage, treaty shopping, and volatility of investment is a permanent feature of overall global matrix? And that would make the job of central bankers in really managing the currency rates in a reasonable way much more complex than even it is today. So if the United States doesn't want to be, that's a major issue. Second issue is, and this is as much to you, Mr. Moderator, is Tarifa, which we hadn't heard of till Mr. Donald Trump came and reminded us of the original Italian interpretation of what tariff meant. It was called Tarifa, which we know. Is that a tax? Is it a tax on international trade? Is it a tax on questioning the value of trade as an engine of growth and the multiplier which brings huge benefits to the economies? How does one treat this new animal of Tarifa, which we see confronted and with which countries after countries, including mine right now as we speak today, including the EU and others, are grappling with it? This is a new phenomena which multiplies the inherent contradictions in being able to have an orderly international regime.
Très intéressant, la question que vous...
That's very interesting, the issue you're raising. Maybe you have an international vision on this debate of customs tariffs that could be seen as a break, but also as an opportunity. This is how the US presented to rearm themselves in terms of domestic growth. Yes, in a period of the end of the world order and globalization as we know it. Yes, first of all, Mr. Singh is totally right when he insists on the need for international cooperation on these issues, especially the taxation of multinationals. But we see against this backdrop that the EU is not leading by example here. The free circulation of capitals, of services, of goods, of humans has triggered a transfer of taxation to the detriment of fixed factors and alleviating the factors on mobile factors. And this is why the average taxation rate has decreased everywhere in Europe. Same thing for the marginal rate of income tax and also the average wealth tax rate. And so we consider in Europe that tax competition amongst states was something that was legitimate, that was normal, and that led to that situation where we transfer against fair taxation, as you mentioned, so as to increase tax revenue towards some countries to the detriment of others. So I think that the EU should actually put some order in their own area before talking about the others. Gerard Beckerman, you actually set aside the idea of fair taxation for the construction of our tax structure. And we see that in France there's a lot of questioning, and in a period of high budget tension, to manage to ask efforts from each and every one, we have to ask more efforts from some population groups. This is why we have to deal with inheritance tax, life insurance tax. Why not? So I try to provoke you to prompt a response from you. So for the 0.01% that pays less tax than the middle class proportionally, we need to have a regime which shows that they are making efforts. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist. How do you apply fair taxation? Well, in the following manner, we have to go back to a tax conscience. And as far as I'm concerned, this relies upon justice and equity that is not only social, but also civic. As a citizen, we have to go beyond the idea of money, savings, wealth, the financial aspect of tax. What is tax? I sleep, I wake up in the morning, And it is unpleasant to tell oneself, I'm going to work more than 1 day out of 2 for my neighbor. When my neighbor is a member of the family, all is well. But when my neighbor is a friend that shares my values in a society and for daily life, I'm fine. But when my neighbor is opposed to my values, does not share my values, how could we have consent to tax? And we cannot be surprised to see that there's a contestation, a challenge of taxation. And I think we have to go back to a world that is not more tainted by financial aspects, but rather to say our lives belong to us. That allows us to establish civic fairness and equity, to contribute, as my neighbor does at the Fondation France, when he contributes to all kinds of charity actions, to value cultural heritage, to give meaning to our life. And I will give you the floor in a moment. We have 8 minutes 45 left, and I would like you to have a Q&A session. Please be brief when you ask your questions, when you raise your hand. We'll start with the gentleman. Yes, do we have a mic? Yeah. So if there are 2 mics, then we can prepare for the second question, maybe, ahead of time. I saw the gentleman on the 4th row. Please hand him a mic. Please introduce yourself in a second, though, very briefly. Dominique Bédoc, I'm a teacher, SES, in economic and social science. I'm surprised by the declaration of some of you who oppose to justice and would rather urge upon charity. I think this is where the emergency is. It's a social emergency, it's a political emergency, it's an environmental emergency. If we do not address this emergency in a radical way, the risk at hand is that we will have difficult tomorrow. And we see it at the Cercle des Économistes. In 5 years, we certainly have people being thirsty and hungry. And I think we should stop assisting with public money to assisting the real people that are assisted. Namely, when I think about those that are assisted, it's the shareholders that sleep well and tight and do not wake up in the morning to go to work. And they actually wait for the subsidies from the state to come back to them. I think we should share. And it should not be a black point in the economy now. I heard we talked about facing the reality. Well, to face reality, we need a real distribution of income. And we shouldn't mislead ourselves. Who wants to react? When we talk about social emergency, if we don't do something significant now, then rebellion is about to bloom. We talk about the rising extremist parties, for instance. The topic of this meeting is the reality, which is a shock. I'm thinking about a quotation from Proust: "Facts never reach us and never manage to get inside the world of our beliefs." What happens is that you have beliefs, and I'm a statistician. I observe the facts, and I would rather have facts that will allow us to have equity and fairness for all the citizens. Of course, our CEO of the CAC 40, of the CAC 40, is lucky, and he doesn't think about his neighbor in the morning when he wakes up. But we are all here in favor of redistribution and sharing. We have to think about concrete solutions to share income whilst respecting the freedom of each and everyone. Another question, the one with the blue jersey. Please be brief as your colleague. Yeah. Serge Nardelli, I'm the General Secretary of CFDT Trade and Services. I represent a lot of employees that are in precarious situation. I would like to go back to what was said and to follow up on this regarding the first tax. That's VAT that accounts to 284 billion euros for public spending, but also for the state. The income tax is only actually 1 out of 2 French nationals pays it, but each time you pay the baguette, then you actually pay for VAT, whatever, irrespective of your revenue and income. That's the tax that dates back to more than 150 years. Where I would like to go, I would like to talk about the efforts on public spending. I agree with you on that point, but as for revenue, there's a lot of deductions from a lot of CEOs who have tax lawyers that are specialists, not so as to help them not pay the wealth tax. And I would like to talk about the Luxman tax that was denied by the Senate. So we were talking about 2% of tax, and it was taken over by the US. And they're not Canadians. 2% is 20 billion a year on wealth of more than 100 million. So why has the Senate rejected that? That's the question I'm asking you, to each of you. We were talking about sharing. So the idea is why? Should we accept such a tax? Who wants to say a word on the high net worth individuals, actually? Well, that could be meaningful and relevant because Mr. Zuckman, is an economist that is widely acknowledged and well reputed, but it should be a world tax for it to work. So we would need an agreement by each and everyone worldwide to impose that levy, because otherwise what would happen, we'll have some countries that will enforce it and some won't. And then you will reinforce even further tax optimization willingness, and this is why the Senate denied it. Is there a last question? Hands are being raised. The gentleman in the back. Why? I like gender equality. Why do the ladies do not ask questions as well? So briefly, please. So if one of your lady colleagues wants to take the floor, we'll give priority to the other sex. My name is Hervé Goulet-Kerr. I'm economist. And I had a question. You're well known. I had a question on the scope of levies, because you said that we were the champions of Europe in terms of mandatory contributions. But when we talk about levies that will fund common interest spending, we also have insurance policies that are personal, like retirements, like unemployment benefits. Why don't we put everyone in front of their responsibilities, the retired people on the one hand, the unemployed on the other? Maybe we should be more straightforward in what we talk about when we talk about contributions, so as to reduce the deficit, if there's one, in a more straightforward manner. Having a common pool with different things, well, I think that actually increases the complexity of management, and I don't think it's a good thing. You're talking about retirement funds, right? No, not only. Is there a last question? A comment to express, because we have 1 minute from Ramatan Gobi, because in France we don't have the same problems of poverty levels, and yet these social emergency issues and just like climate emergency and deficit issues actually shake our society. How do you react to these concerns that were expressed in the room? You have 44 seconds.
That fundamentally the bottom line for me is that in the pursuit of fairness, we should avoid discouraging, number one, risk-taking. Number two, know-how movement. We need to get the know-how into the country and keep it. But also we need to ensure that the risk-takers do not start to move around searching for where they can easily be accepted with their risks. I thank you.
D'un mot, Pierre Boyer.
One word, Pierre Boyer. What is the takeaway message for you about what was said during these 55 minutes? First of all, I can see that a lot of you are interested in this subject when we have scorching heat outside. And may it be for public spending or tax, they need to fulfill the right objective. So we need to have an assessment of public segments. We need to have facts and to have a democratic debate, and we have to start with the right elements of facts. Thank you to all of you. Thank you for having participated in this debate. I would like to thank Enka Singh and Ramatan Gobi, who traveled from far, far away to come all the way to here. Thank you to all of you for your attention.
Bonjour à tous.
Hello, everyone. We're going to jump right into this new roundtable discussion focused on new social rules for companies. We have 54 minutes exactly to debate this question with our panelists, to listen to Xavier Rago, and to take your questions in this stifling heat. So let's start with Xavier Rago to launch the debate. You're a new member of the Cercle des Économistes. Welcome. So you're here. You've got 3 minutes to frame the debate. Thank you, everyone, for being here for this very essential debate on the new social rule of companies. I'm impatient to hear our speakers today. Why? Because CSR, corporate social responsibility, is a field in which all companies have been working for many years. It's an important topic. And in the years 2000, it emerged and it was consolidated in 2010. There was a debate at the beginning of the years 2000 on the fear of financialization of capital. There were mergers and acquisitions that were taking place, and there was a will to avoid that short-term yield, which was the term used at the time, dominate with the short-term view by companies. So they wanted to introduce in companies other environmental and social considerations, questions of fairness and equity, so that companies' strategies would take on board these things that are not necessarily in regulations. So the debate on CSR at the beginning was to say, rather than have a lot of regulatory constraints, can we not encourage the stakeholders to be more responsible on the environmental, social, and equity topics, to internalize externalities, and to have more long-term strategies in companies? That was the old world. Today, what I am seeing, and I don't know what the panelists will think, the world has changed. Companies now, given the instability of the economy that we're currently in, the regulatory instability on questions of environmental regulations, geopolitical instability, the emergence of new technologies like AI, the aspirations of certain employees, young ones especially, who have different aspirations and want to have different impacts on societies. I think that a lot of the companies that we're talking to in their human resource management is already dealing with these social questions. And there's been a change on the company side, and I observe this on both sides of the Atlantic, are sometimes ahead on questions, ahead of the lawmakers. There was a European 180 on cars and on environmental questions, but some companies are trying to maintain the targets that they had defined because it was part of their strategy. There are also other lobby groups that are happy about these new regulations. I'm not innocent. But the idea that companies were always below social objectives is no longer true. In the United States, we see Donald Trump's attack on equity, diversity, and inclusion, and this has led some companies to keep these strategies because it belongs to their company identity. So we're in a new world now where social, environmental, equity, gender balance, inclusion questions directly belong to the social questions that companies are dealing with in their daily strategy, and sometimes lawmakers are running behind. I don't know if the panelists will agree, but I'm looking forward to hear how they're managing all of these aspects today. Thank you, Xavier. Thank you to the 5 of you for being here this afternoon with us. Daniel Ball, you're the president of the Crédit Mutuel Alliance Fédérale and CIC. Céline Brucker, you're the Director General of L'Oréal France. Alain Di Crescenzo, you're here beside me. You're the president of CCI France. Hervé Monjotin, you're the president and CEO of Socotec. And Jean-Roch Varon, you're the president of EY France. As Xavier said very clearly, there's been this movement, the creation of mission-based companies. CSR, we've talked a lot about it in the last decades. But now there's a new word we're hearing about, and that is backlash. We're hearing this on environmental questions, and I'd like to hear you on this. Does it also concern the social role of companies, this question of backlash? But before we talk about what's being unspun or not, I would like to know what you have knit or spun over the last years. So Danielle Ball at the Crédit Mutuel, you are one of the first mission-based companies, and you adopted societal dividends. The company spent €1 billion in the last few years on this segment. And so what is a social dividend, and what have you done with this? Well, to begin with, we were one of the first and one of the rare big companies to have the status of a mission-based company. This is a French status. So we adopted this in a very consistent manner given the commitments that are ours and have been for a long time. This societal dimension and environmental dimension has been fully integrated in our company. We're a community of men and women that we manage. Becoming a mission-based society, this is a status that we adopted after the law was passed, the Pacte law, and it has led us to formalize a certain number of commitments that we made for our own cooperative life, commitments we made to our employees and to the social organizations within the company, but also to third parties with societal and environmental commitments, starting with a basic essential principle is that a mission-based company is a company above all. Being a company means meeting the needs and satisfying our customers. It's having a certain level, performance level, working on sustainability and reinforcing our own capital. Once this is said, as one of my predecessors said, to show solidarity, you have to be solid. And in the Crédit Mutuel group, this is a reality. So we have commitments that we have made. And to really illustrate what we're doing, we can have something that is emblematic, that is visible, but also effective, because being a mission-based company is not just a tool for communication. So we created what we call a societal dividend. What is it? It's making the choice to devote each year 15% of our net income to actions that are solidarity-based or to encourage companies so that they carry out high ecological impact or high environmental impact activities. For 2025, this came up to 15% of last year's revenue. That was €4 billion. So it's 610 million euros that we've assigned to the societal dividend. So since you created it, how much have you spent? We started this in 2023. This is our third fiscal year where we're applying it, and in the first 2 years where we were ramping up, we assigned 1 billion euros to this. What did you finance? Should give you 3 examples. One is not enough to cover the topic. The first example that I will give is support to companies that have high impact projects. We invest our equity. We don't calculate a return on investment. We look at the impact that they can create. We're working with a company called Neolite that transform what is not recyclable into aggregates that we can use for road construction or for building construction. The second pillar of our action is what we give to our members and customers. We decided to no longer have a health questionnaire for people who are buying their home for the first time, so that there will not be any discrimination, health-based discrimination. So no health survey anymore, so everyone has the right to their loan without an additional cost for the insurance for the loan. The cost of this in 2024, more than 20 million euros. So any person who comes to see you, we go up to 65 years of age. There are age limits, but for a first-time home buyer, generally between 30 and 40 years of age, they could have had cancer 2 years ago. We won't even have to know about that. There is no additional premium they have to pay. And the third one is donations that we make and support that we give to associations, and we have 150 million euros and we work with Les Restos du Cœur, and I'm glad to see the president here in the first row. So these are 3 types of actions that we're developing and have developed since 2023. We talk about CSR, we talk about ESG, and to properly measure what we're doing, we've created the Institut Mutualiste de l'Environnement de la Solidarité, which is today managed by Laurent Berger. And his role is to study the impact of our actions so that he can guide us and give us the correct information to help us make the right choices. So we've created a whole ecosystem for this societal dividend. The fact that we're a French mission-based society is part of our business model, and it can be rolled out at all levels of our group, from our local bank to our subsidiaries who work on finance, banking, and investment. When we talk about social roles, we're also talking about value sharing. So I'd like to hear you, Céline Brucker at L'Oréal. This is a topic that you feel strongly about. So how do you organize this value sharing? Can you give us some tangible figures? Very tangible actions, simple ones. We have employee shareholding that we've set up. We have a new plan that was just started last week, and 90% of our employees of L'Oréal France are shareholders of the group. So it makes them actors in the performance of the group, and they can benefit from this. Is this something that you're considering expanding outside of France? Yes. We're going to expand this to other subsidiaries outside of France. It's a micro-society, our company. We look at the health and we try to protect the health of our employees. We've developed a project called Share and Care to provide protection in difficult moments of an employee's life. For instance, in the case of cancer, there's time and specific support for these people. We also have paternity leave now that we're giving, and this Share and Care project allows us to help our supplier partners to deploy it amongst their companies, and we're trying to encourage emulation in other companies so that this can be deployed elsewhere. And for the incentive scheme and participation, we're a generous group, and so we're sharing profits with our employees. It could be entry-level positions, our workers, students. They're paid well above minimum wage. So the incentive scheme can give them 4 months of wages in addition to the wages. So we're continuing to modernize with the evolution of needs of our employees, which is linked with the evolution in society. This is for health. And if they have to support a sick person around them. So your employee shareholding represents how much of the capital? It's 90% of our employees who are shareholders, but I can't tell you what the percentage is. And our relationship with the trade unions, that's really changed things because it's contributed to explaining how the company functions and to allow them to be invested in the performance of the company and on the share value. When you own a share, you want the share value to go up, and you understand how it evolves. And each of us, all the employees are actors in the performance. So we don't know Socotel as well as we know L'Oréal, but Socotec is also a world giant in the testing, inspection, and certification of infrastructure construction projects. Yes, that's absolutely correct. And so you're very active on the question of value sharing. Can you explain what you have done? Yes, I'd be delighted to. Maybe we need to put this in the trajectory of Socotec. Socotec is a company that's 70 years old. We're part of the economic landscape in this for a long time, and it's changed since November. It's tripled in size from 500 million to 1.7 billion, and it's become a global company. It was a leveraged buyout. And the third comment that I have on this point concerning our situation, Socotec, in essence, is a business services and people services. I have engineers, technicians, so we're working in companies with a lot of people. And to comment on Danielle's comments, we want to ensure that performance of the company is always first and foremost. That wasn't necessarily the case when I joined the company. Having a consistent strategy, solid shareholding, and high-quality execution, as well as working on the fundamentals of company culture that are part of a longer period. And it's this performance pathway that allows us to move on questions concerning value sharing. Before you can share value, you have to create value. And this is something that we need to remind people of in France. It's not necessarily very clear always in our country. And what we've managed to do at Socotec is to get the company back into a position of value creation. And then we can talk about sharing value. We share it through very classic tools in pay schemes, in participation incentive schemes. Profit sharing and incentive schemes, we saw this develop more. And more originally in a company under a leveraged buyout, we have employee shareholding that we deployed in France last year with a first operation where we got 40% of our employees to invest. It was a real motive for satisfaction because it expresses trust in the company that's changed. It's a test at that time, and we are operating in 26 countries on 7 platforms in Europe and the US, and so we're currently deploying this in the UK and Spain, knowing that with different mechanisms, I have 25% of my employees who are now shareholders. So the lessons learned from this, the company that is focused on their performance in the large sense of the term, shocks are always present, so we have to mobilize to deal with these shocks. Energy transition, environmental questions are a topic. We can see today how global warming is impacting us. We don't have to teach people about that. It's our employees who are asking us what we're doing in these fields. So all of this is here, present on the table on a daily basis in our company. And the fact that we're getting the company on this pathway to performance then allows you to work on value sharing tools that maintain the virtuous circle of commitment that is fundamental in a people-based business. Does the pathway in the company bring all of your employees into this and create commitment on a daily basis for their mission?
You said it, both of you. Sharing value, well, it means first that you need to have values in the first hand, right? Originally. That's the starting point of a company that has a citizen values and principles. EY, we're a company of people's business, but also talent business. Our talents need to have performance, but they need to be happy in the company, and both goes hand in hand. And our actions address these points for our talents. 8,000 employees. We hire 2,000 employees every year. A lot of interns, a lot of young people, and we help them promote, to help them raise the bar, and to manage their career better inside and outside when they actually go towards our customers. So that's one of our strategies. We try to transmit know-how. We're the best school after school, if we want to say. We train 450,000 staff members. It's like a management school every year for all our employees. And we train them to new technologies, AI, corporate finance. In each of the fields of expertise that we have, we actually educate 8,000 people per year. And I think that for the social role of a career progression purpose, I think it's important and significant. We also have a series of programs around diversity, inclusion. So concretely, what do you do? Well, I'm following up on what was said in partnership with L'Oréal. We work on gender equality, actions to stop sexism on a daily basis, second opportunity promotion actions for the young people to help them progress in life. And we have another program which is called social equity, social equality. To make you understand what it's all about, if you hire two polytechnicians that have the same degrees, if one is the son of a polytechnician and the other one is the son of a middle-class worker, if at the end we'll need to make sure that they will have to acquire some new codes. You talk about the social capital. Yes, because it doesn't stop at the hiring process. We need to develop programs to help them manage their career in a more equitable manner. And also, we have actions. I created a commitment guideline so that all our employees, ladies and gentlemen, because the company does social work. So salaried employees take a pleasure in doing social activities inside the company and outside the company. Last week, first week of July, for instance, 100% of the company had 1 week to take some time and work on commitments with civil society, to meet with underprivileged high school pupils by cleaning streets and venues, and a wide array of activities, actually. So these social commitments, well, one feeds the other, if you want. And often our employees are at the forefront of these initiatives and social actions, and the company is helping, and we are actually feeding this. Annie Crescenzo, we've talked about value creation for shareholders, for employees, but also for territories. Is the social role of a company a driver to enhance and foster territorial value? Well, one should recall that the trade of chambers of commerce is to develop commerce in companies, and for 3 years we've seen that 1/3 of our budget is all about sustaining companies in their transitions from a social, societal, and digital point of view. And that mobilizes, that engages 2,000 people on the field that are operational on the field, without forgetting the other functions. So if we reduce the company to the value creation, the economic creation of value, you are the 19th century, right? So now, if you look at the GDP of France, 75% is generated by private companies. If you look at the salaried employees, 21 million comes from the private companies. If you look at the funding of infrastructures, 25% is done directly by companies, and a large share of the 75% is actually indirectly done because it's taxes on the companies that feed it. But I'm stopping at the 19th century here, because 20th and 21st century actually have been the venue of revolutions. When you talk about employers and employees contributing, in 900 it was 8%, aggregate number. Now it's 55%. So you see that when in terms of expenditure taken on by the companies, you have an important element that has enlarged. What has happened during the 19th century, during the 20th century, 1936, the week of 40 hours, paid leave, collective conventions, 1945, social security, that has created a big band of happiness and welfare for all the employees. And I'm not talking about the 35 hours in 2000 and 1982, the 39 hours. But there was another stage. The other stage is that of the year 2000, and you've mentioned it in your introduction. The company was creating value until then, also had a social role. We can always do better, of course, but there was also a wonderful dimension, that of the societal value and aspect. And when I talk about enhanced social value, everything done by law and volunteer-based activities made by the companies on inclusion subjects. There was a leapfrog in terms of inclusion, in terms of fair salaries between men and women, on the right to employment, on the right to evolve. Do you think that we've talked more about inclusion than we have done in the companies? Because when you look at statistics on these peoples with disabilities in situation of unemployment, well, the statistics are terrible. Yes, they are appalling. But we have to talk about progression margins. Yes, we have a lot of leeway to improve. And you have the relationship towards environment. This was also a political will of the companies. From Second Life, that on CSRD, we were volunteering for it. It's millions and millions that we have invested for CSRD because we want to move forward with it. And I would like to follow up on a question that you have asked that is very interesting. You said, my impression is that companies are ahead of the legislator. And I'm going to ask you a question. Do you know a company that can live for 50 years by making losses? No, that doesn't work. And why are we a bit ahead of time? Because if we want to serve our customers, we need to have employees. We have to respond to their level of requirements. So either you play by the rules and you capture talents and you attract people, or you don't play by the rules, and you no longer are in existence in this world. And the last figures that are striking, we've made a survey on trust and confidence. And this is what is most missing nowadays. Do you have trust in institutions, was the question. That was easy, puff. How many French people said, I trust it? Well, it's 25%. And then we asked a question that was straightforward. Do you trust the world, the corporate world, SMEs and large corporates? 75%. So that means that somehow this movement, which is ours, which is more volunteer-driven, is a movement that is sustainable, in my opinion. Well, this trust that is real and tangible in the survey polls, this is quite incredible when we look at the statistics, doesn't compel you to go towards this moral compass. Maybe it's a driver to boost confidence. You were talking about disabilities, and that's an important societal issue. We have chosen to to own up to it, we have more than 8% of employees that have declared having disabilities, more 10% now. We have created a program with long-term positions for employees that are on the spectrum, and we have profiles that would never have found a position because these positions did not exist before. That's very important. As for gender equality, this is something that we have chosen to work for with an adamant stance, and we are one of the forerunners on gender equality and also worldwide, so it's a responsibility that we want to embrace. We talk a lot about what we do in-house, but there's also the important thing is to also have a societal impact for the outside world. We've forged a partnership with Emmaüs, and we've opened charity shops. We have 4 in France. We're about to open a 5th one, and the Emmaüs beneficiaries can choose 3 products for free and have access to aesthetic care. And this is done by the L'Oréal employees, and it's incredible to see how much it boosts confidence when you have access to hygiene and to cosmetic care. Because when you are affected by social headwinds, then you can find dignity again. And a second example is with our brand causes, the Marque Paris, which is the most well-known one in France. Because you said, because you're worth it. This was important slogan, and we put it into music, and we have talked about social sexual assault, and this is a worldwide problem, and we have launched a program to train everyone to know how to address this problem. This is also an important program that has been supported by our company. We also have a medical niche, dermatological products, and they can be expensive, and there are places where there's a medical desert. Let's talk about pharmacy or doctors, and so via a large consumption brand, we have products under 10 euros for dermatology, and we have a small truck driving around that goes to shopping malls to provide advice, to give some samples and vouchers for products under 10 euros, to provide advice to families for people with skincare problems and families who have also procurement power problems, and this problem is even more acute, and this is why we try to have an impact on society. These are 3 tangible examples. Let's follow up on this Let's follow up on what 2 of my neighbors on the left-hand side have said earlier. The society needs to face these transition problems, environment, digital, AI, and sovereignty as well. There's another one, that's the demographic issues, because we are entering an era where we have a generation gap that is sustainable. And we also have political data that is contradictory on immigration. For instance, I work in Germany much more, and the equation is impossible to deal with. So facing that, especially when you have a people's business or a talent business, you have to ask yourselves, how can you attract the resources you need? And this is where the societal issues impact you and strike you. I think that this is irrelevant to ask yourselves not the right questions, because a company that needs to bring talents need to deal with that. There is no choice, and I spent a lot of time in a company that was more traditional in terms of recruitment. Well, if you want to find plug-and-play employees from a competitive company that will start on a Monday morning with the same job, this time is over. We have to develop our own resources. I'm hiring 2,500 people a year 1,500 of whom are in France. We have launched training programs in our industry. We hire 150 to 200 apprentices a year. This is something we wouldn't do in the past, and that requires a lot of efforts from managers because we have to tutor and mentor them. But there's a lot of pride coming out of it, and this is what is imposed upon. It is self-evident. And the other comment I wanted to express is that from the societal point of view, Jean-Roch is right. It's also a matter of a bottom-up approach. When the company is in the right momentum in terms of performance, because the first responsibility is to create value in the widest meaning of the sense, very quickly your employees will ask you to report on the fallout, on the domino effect of the positive aspect of this. They won't express it in these words, but fundamentally this is the gist of the message. We are not L'Oréal, but what we've done is that we've launched a program that consists in, well, because personally I'm always committed to integration via employment, because the first element of dignity is to work and to look for people that are far away from the employment market. So to go to underprivileged neighborhoods, we do that with Sport dans la Ville Association, which is a formidable association. Via this program, we have reinserted 300 young people at our scale. It's a lot. And it's over the span of 4 years. And we managed to put them back on tracks with mentoring, with training. Some have helped them to pass the driving permit, to learn things like being on time, because some social problematic people have lost view of that. And that's very powerful for the company, because it requires a lot of efforts from the technicians and managers, because they play a role for which they were not prepared. It's a matter of tutoring, of mentoring. But fundamentally, it's also an element of massive pride. And another element on which I would like to insist is that it seems to me that as a business leader, as a business owner, since there is a trust agreement which is strong, a trust pact, and I feel it, it's a collective framework that is sustainable in a period where a lot of collective pacts are being weakened. I think the role of a business owner is to hold it together, to know how to combat and to fight against sovereign individualism, because we know that there's a lot of contradictions. They are willing to have a framework, but they're also in line with their era. And so they say, I want to do whatever I want, whenever I want. And sometimes this is an illustration of our era. And from the get-go, I'm straight in my boots. I think that the collective values are important, and if we let it weaken, become weaker, then people are going to criticize us, and rightfully so. Do you want to make a remark and to follow up on this? No. And then Daniel Ball and Jean-Roch. Yeah, I would like to follow up on this, because it is true that today, and I've said it earlier, the corporate world is the human community where people are closer to one another and they can have discussions, lively discussions. And it's an important transformation took place in most of the companies. Of course, there's a lot of things to do yet. It's easier when you are in well-structured large corporations where we manage to organize things and to feed the dialogue and discussions. I would like to follow up on the pride that was mentioned earlier. It is wonderful when employees can say that they are proud to work for that company. We talked earlier about the societal dividends when we launched this concept. We had prepared it ahead of time, obviously, with our directors. And when we announced it, there was a spontaneous momentum coming from employees saying, this is formidable, this initiative is great. it has even more meaningful and it gives more meaning to our work. And when we created the mission-driven company, we had to agree on a raison d'être. We had to agree on the missions that we wanted to set ourselves. We worked with social partners, but we expanded the scope and we actually consulted all the teams working for us. And it was a very wonderful, fruitful discussion we had, because when we talked about the different objectives, actually it was striking because many people said, we don't understand, be more straightforward. And we have, when we talk about listen and act, we needed to actually have very concrete and tangible actions rather than fighting against any type of discrimination inside and outside, or to have a full-fledged environmental approach, or to have a real full-fledged solidarity approach, or to drive for the performance growth and to assist performance growth inside and outside the company. And I think that's one of the strongest and the most important and efficient transformations we can have in the corporate world. And also, when we talk about the banking and insurance sector, it's very hard to hire. In auditing and supervision sector as well, when we talk about IT, there's a competition that's so vivid. And if the company has values and showcases these values, then it's important to strengthen an asset for attractiveness, and we have a strong employer brand. This is a very rosy aspect of it. But do you fear? What about what's happening in the US? You've seen everything happening against the political decision makers and diversity. Maybe it will go through the Atlantic. Do you see this looming over your head?
Aux États-Unis,
In the U.S., you're obliged to do what the person in the White House tells you to do. Is this a movement that could cross the Atlantic? Thank you for the question. Now, more seriously, in our company, we don't do politics at EY, and we don't take those militant positions. We work on topics of diversity, inclusion, and we consider that our employees, if they're happy, if they're enjoying their lives in their diversity in the company, they're happy, they're doing their job well. So we always come back to the same point. Diversity and inclusion is a value. It's not a policy. And at EY, we're continuing with our inclusion policy. You can do it without talking about it. We're doing it, and we continue to talk about it. And we're continuing our policy of inclusion and diversity with the very human values of inclusion for the well-being of our employees, because we think it makes them happier and they work better. Is the backlash a fantasy? I don't think so. And there's a real usage case that we're seeing. If you open the paper yesterday, on remote working, you saw that there's a fight between big French companies and their employees to get them back into the office. And I think we can improve things if we need to. But I don't think it helps to go backwards. Each time we go backwards on big developments, it's because they led to loss of social benefits. A recent 180 that was brought forward and then pulled back. Socially, it was not supportable in the farm world to have to buy new cars, so they got rid of those emission requirements. We talked to our companies, our small companies, SMEs, and they have less ability to invest. And we asked them, what are your challenges? Give me 4 significant challenges that you have for the future. The first one that they gave to us is the challenge of employment. How can we recruit and maintain employees? The things that the SMEs are working on with, number 1, work and home life balance. Point 2, developing skills. Point 3, flexibility of working hours. And point 4, new technologies. Those are their challenges. The second challenge, environment. And the verbatim is my company will be green or it won't be. So if I want to recruit young people, if I want to do business, if I don't show my societal and environmental effort, I won't be able to sell my products. The third challenge, technology and human hybridization. We ask them, what is the last challenge? Sharing values and governance. And this leads me to another life, which is mine. I did a survey in the cooperative world. It's a model that's quite unknown amongst our companies. If we talk about cooperative values and we explain it to young people, 3 out of 4 say they want to work in that field because there's values, they're sharing, there's governance. So when you reach that level, my friends, and COVID led to an explosive change, it's impossible to go backwards now. So either you adapt, or people won't come and see us and we won't have any customers. I think you agree, Danielle. I can't see going backwards because what we built within the company, with our employees, with the board members. And if we want to go back on our decisions, in-house, the employees would not like it, and it would have an effect on their motivation and on their performance. I am convinced today that values, plus the values that we create, and that we need to share all of this, values and value creation. We can no longer challenge this. I agree. I don't think we'll come back on this topic. We talked about values, but it's also a wealth. Diversity is a real strength for us. If I don't have teams that represent the 40 million French people who buy our products, we won't be relevant. So the question of relevance is important. Sensitivity, the empathy that you have to be correct, it comes from this inclusion. There's also the age question, and everything that I'm proud of is that AI could exclude, and we're ensuring that everyone is embracing this technological breakthrough. We want to make sure that we're not leaving anyone by the wayside. We have 80,000 people working for a company across the world, and we've already trained 45,000 of them to use AI, and we're going to train them all in the end. So we have to see this as a strength. We're going to continue. We're not going to change anything. We want to ensure that our teams follow along with the societal demands as much as possible. Xavier, your enthusiasm and your exemplarity is really refreshing, and it's something we need today. But what intrigues me in the French debate, when we look at the figures, France stands out because of the poverty of its labor, its social dialogue. It's intriguing. I'm talking about, for instance, the conclave on our retirement program. It's hard to get the different parties across the table to speak to each other. So what are your expectations for the different bodies of government so that what you're doing can have an effect that goes beyond your company? Do we need to educate? Do we need to support? Do we need to make a fiscal effort, a tax effort? What is your expectation? Well, just to comment on the retirement conclave, it failed, but maybe the real topic was before. We should have been talking before. There wasn't enough dialogue before the meeting. So what we can expect from the state is that they not necessarily get involved, but they facilitate dialogue. They need to facilitate the activity of companies. And I don't know if everywhere in the state, everyone is always active on these topics. Alain, would you like to say something? What isn't working is that you're putting people into a box and you say, regardless of how complex the topic is, in 2 months you have to find the solution. Are we capable of doing that? That doesn't work. So on the reform of our pension scheme in France, it seemed, don't get angry with me. It seemed natural until the day that I drove up into the mountains and I listened to a co-worker in a group that I know very well, and she was explaining why we were wrong, why we made a mistake. She said, the problem isn't 2 more years of working, it's years of life in good health. Underlying that is a societal question. The difficulty of work. Why does it take time? It's because we missed that. And I think we're missing it because we're not giving ourselves the time to seriously deal with this topic. And these are topics that we need to work on, not just with union representatives. We need philosophers. We need doctors. We need to work on the topic as a whole, and so we're not giving ourselves enough time to do this, and it's a shame. And social dialogue is something they do every day. The conclave was not social dialogue. It's when you're in your company in front of your employee representatives that you're talking. That's real life. That's where things take place. And that's where we can do great things. That's where we can get people to buy into our ideas, into what is giving us life, which is the company. If you allow me, very quickly, because I'd like to allow people to ask questions. It's not because the national format doesn't work, but it says something about social dialogue within companies. A company that is doing well is a company that has social dialogue within it. Secondly, you were looking at reality in rose-colored glasses. That's wrong. What we're doing is not easy. It's not because the end result and the stories are nice to tell. These are efforts that we make every single day. Thirdly, for the U.S., I go there a lot. It's my number 2 country in terms of setup. It's a federal country, so between the announcements that are made that can have an influence on public ordering, what happens in the States can be different. You can't even imagine the gap. So I think these topics, these announcements, we talk a lot about them in Europe and less in the U.S. And the reality is the capacity to get people and resources to come to you. We have 3 minutes. A quick question. And we can take a second question. Thank you. My name is Fernando Morales. I'm a journalist, and I live in Strasbourg. I have a question for everyone here, even for the audience. How many companies in the CAC 40 have 0 children working? How many in the FTSE 100 have 0 child labor? How many in the Fortune 500 have 0 child labor? The answer is 0. I don't have any precise figures, but today, with all of the due diligence that we have to do as big companies, I want to say for my company, it's 0. I'm sure that others could provide the same answer. Same for us. I can prove that's not true. Sir? You talked about a survey on trust in companies, and I heard that 75% of French people trust companies. If we'd ask the question, do you trust companies, listed companies in the CAC 40, some of whom do not pay their tax, any tax, while you have to pay tax, would you have got the same answer? That's not my only question. I think that today you seem very attentive to the consequences and social and environmental emergencies. But it's difficult to believe that's true when you're refusing any increase in company taxes, whereas many years ago the company tax rate was much higher. Shareholders happy with, used to be happy with 3 to 4% return on investment, and now they need 10 to 13%. For what reason? Would anyone like to answer? You have a minute. I'll answer. The survey included CAC 40 companies. So for all companies, 75, and for those listed on the CAC 40, it's less than 50%. So yes, it goes down. But sir, I didn't talk about the profits of big companies working on different continents. I was talking about 99% of companies. Margins go down, profits go down, and people want their salaries. And I would never bring into competition 40 companies versus 5 million. I'm not saying they're not virtuous, but never extend the reasoning that concerns 40 companies to 5 million. Well, thankfully, in France, we do have those 40 listed companies. Xavier, a conclusion? No, I was happy to hear about all the tools that these companies are using, but there's a point about the heterogeneity of companies, the quality of social dialogue also. That's a fact in the companies. There are lots of things we can do to work on this. We've heard examples that can stimulate public debate on the things that we can do in this framework for the quality of social dialogue. So I think that there are improvements we can make in France. Thank you. Thank you all.
Continue.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to this session called A Controversy, the subject matter of which is the dollar's hegemony questioned? That's a very topical subject. I don't need to give you more details. I will introduce in a few minutes our two guests. Before doing that, I would like to say a few words on the subject matter at hand without delving too much into it. Today, we are facing a lot of subjects related to dollar and the role of the US currency. The first subject that we will certainly address is the evolution of the exchange rate of dollar. Mr. Trump is playing on the price going down by 10% over the last months. In France, in Europe, we tend to talk about dollar-euro parity, but today euro is worth $1.17. A few months ago, it was worth $1.07. So, how deep can this reduction go? And then there's another debate: de-dollarization or lack thereof. What about euro? What about the booming of euro and the yuan, the Chinese currency, or other currencies? We can also say a few words, if you please, on another topic, cryptocurrency, the boom of stablecoin coins, something that seems to be very topical, and that seems to be the hot potato in the press. So I don't want to be comprehensive. I'm not the lecturer. I'm just kicking off the debate. We have two well-reputed speakers. We have Martin Redrado first, on my side, who was this General Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Buenos Aires. And he was an economist by training, by education. Nobody's perfect, as we say, as I tend to say. Yes. And he was also the governor of the Central Bank of Argentina. So when he talks about monetary policy and exchange rate, he knows what he talks about. And he has an economic think tank right now and an investment fund. So he has an international outreach. So no need to give a further introduction. And then we'll have Pierre. Martin, we have 6-7 minutes to start. He will speak French. Congrats to you. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. It's a privilege to be among you today. The situation of the dollar is very topical because, as you said, that the American dollar has devalued by 11% versus euros and most of the international currencies. So the international press wonders if it's the end of the dollar, or rather it's the emergence of other currency that can replace the dollar. That is the new subject at hand. There's an important weakness in economic policy by the current administration, and it's also a geopolitical issue with regards to competitiveness towards China. And we talk about geoeconomy right now because there's a lot of subjects relating to security and safety that is embedded with the matters of economy and monetary policy. So if we talk about dollar, we have to look at the upsides first. Well, we need to have, in terms of treasure, in terms of bonds, we have to go deeper. But there's an auction of T-bonds of the US, and the 20-year bond has changed and has made a huge leap frog by 100.7%. So it's riskier than it was before, and especially with the development of debt and the development of tax burden. And we've seen it with the approval of the law in the past, what Mr. Trump called the beautiful law, the beautiful tax law. And this is a challenge for the US from a taxation point of view. Now they have a debt of 117% of GDP, and it's rising even further. So the first challenge of the dollar is to hold its own to fund public deficit. So the first weakness is to sustain the interest rate when international market sees the dollar, or the capital market sees it, or sees the capital market as being more risky. So debt reimbursement, but also debt sustainability are important topics. But, you know, they are the deepest in the world. So when we talk about liquidity, when we talk about stability of the US market, when we talk about the American bonds, there's no comparison in the world. My colleague from Luxembourg will talk about euro. And euro had sustainability help from institutions such as the ECB, because the aim in terms of inflation, the aim was to curb inflation, but they have also helped to face crises like the Irish debt crisis, the Portuguese debt crisis, the Greek debt crisis. And I remember a conference I had with my friend Jean-Claude Trichet in 2010. We were talking about the weakness of euro. And there was no tax community, and there's no community of bankers. There's no rules as to supervision, as to taxation that would be common to Greece and Germany. And he said, Martin, you know, euro is a political project, he said. He said, however, euro has problems. We've seen it with Mr. Draghi when he said, whatever it takes. We saw the problems of euro sustainability when facing crisis. But there's also stability in terms of reserves. If we look at the world's reserves of the central banks, we can see that there's some reserves in terms of USDs in the ballpark of 70% in the years 2000, and now it's 58% of the world central banks that are in dollars. As for euros, it's nearly the same, it's 20%. So right now, there's not a real challenge for dollars. We'll see if the dollar weakness will attract towards other currencies, such as euro. But right now, we have a multipolar world of currencies. We'll see also investment funds that are investing in currencies that are close in terms of raw materials. For instance, the Estonian dollar, the Canadian dollar, the New Zealandese dollar. These are currencies which are supported by raw materials, so they are actually raw material proxies in a way. And a word on the yuan and RMB. The Popular Bank of China has a vision of bilateral internationalization with commercial relations. And I remember a small anecdote, a personal note. I remember the 50th anniversary of the Central Bank of Malaysia. I had a panel like this with the president of the Central Bank of the Popular Republic of China. It was this one. And we finished the conference, and we had an informal lunch, and it was February 2009, and the world was collapsing, and he said, your main challenge, he said, is the internationalization of yuan. And he was trying to do it in a bilateral way. There was a agreement of swaps with other countries of Asia. And he said, why shouldn't you do with the first country of the Latin America, with Argentina? And for me, it was a very important moment to showcase the strength of the assets of the central banks and the reserves of the central banks, to showcase the flows, the inflows and outflows of emerging countries. And in 2 months, we signed an agreement to have swaps with Argentina. But with this conversation, it was crystal clear for me that China would never open to other countries. They had no desire to open an account to capitals. That means that the yuan will never be convertible, because Chinese don't want the foreigners to have incoming flows of capitals that would actually increase or decrease the value of their currency. They have an exchange rate policy where there are fluctuations, but they are very narrow, they are very slim. When you have a crisis, it goes from 6.50 per dollar or 6.45. So it's not the dollar that can be sustained, but it's rather the fact that the other currencies cannot replace the dollar. Thank you. And we will definitely go back to that, because time is running on the points that you have tackled earlier. Pierre Gramegna, he's a diplomat at the start of his career. I know that you hold dear to that name, which is a glorious title. You were the Ministry of Finance of Luxembourg, and you're now at the head of the European Stability Mechanism, which has played an important role in what Mr. Martin Lacrise was saying in the Greek crisis from 2010 on. It was largely saved thanks to you. But thank you for being with us. The debate is open, but we're actually waiting on you to talk about euro. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Christian. I agree with everything that was said, so I'm not going to repeat myself. You talked about Mario Draghi, whatever it takes. We'll do whatever it takes, whatever it costs, to make sure that euro will be made more credible. And it was done, and the European mechanism of stability is the outcome of this process. So we are the last resort body that protects the Eurozone when countries encounter difficulties. This year, we have a profit of 2.8 billion, and we have a capital of 80 billion euros. We are the international body that has more caps. So when we say whatever it takes, we made sure that it would be possible. So what about US dollar? We could think that the American president believes that he can impose on the whole world whatever he wants to reduce international cooperation, to hamper rule of state, and to discontinue international conventions. But then the growth rate of the US economy is slower. It was supposed to be 2.8, it's going to be 1.7, and could actually be 1.5. So he's hampering his own economy by doing so. And the announcement of very high tariffs, what did it entail? Well, the financial markets started to doubt the dollar, to have doubts on the strength and the pivot role, the cornerstone role of the US dollar. This has never happened in the past, and this needs to be taken seriously. I'm going to give you the arguments that we should keep in mind. on that point. The stock exchange was collapsing, and also the bond market was collapsing, and the exchange rate of dollar was increasing. That's one of a kind, and it's fundamental. And Martin was right, because he was talking about the 27th of May, where the exchange rate was increasing by 1% all of a sudden. That means that the financial markets, even if they like the American policies, they are aware of this importance, and they realize that it has danger. So there's an opportunity for the euro, which is the second international currency that is the most important one. We represent 20% of the reserve when our economy has had a downturn over the last years. And so there has been a hemorrhage of non-dollar markets at the pace of $20 billion during the second quarter of this year, whilst for the 40 previous quarters, there was an increase of 20 to 40 billions per quarter. So there's a phenomenon. So does it mean that it is an opportunity for Europe and euro? Yes. Christine Lagarde said it several times over the last days. I agree with it, but we don't have the depth and the liquidity that the dollar has, point one. And secondly, we are not united enough. We have 27 financial markets that are splintered, that are fragmented, and it's not convincing enough for the outside world. We need to do our duty at home. If we get united, if we strengthen what we call our union of savings and investment in Europe, maybe we can attract more capitals, we can have a strong currency, and a strong currency may be also a short-term disadvantage, but it's also in the midterm and in the long run, it is actually an important advantage. And if we want to do our duty at home, we need to combine our budget and the military spending that we will have to do, not only for NATO, but also for the European defense in an independent way. All these projects are an opportunity today, but let's not put the cart before the wheel. We have to do military projects together. The essential part is not to have projects together, but to act together. And I will stop here. Okay, so I would like to ask a question to each of you, and I would await a brief answer before we have a Q&A session. So, first, Pierre, my first question. What we called in 2015 the Union of Market Capitals for Savings and Investments, we have the Draghi report saying, well, we have savings in Europe, but it doesn't stay in Europe long enough. And our European financial markets, I'm not talking about London, because there has been the Brexit, so they're out now. But I'm talking about the continental Europe. When we say that, as long as there's competition between Frankfurt and Euronext, to be concrete, it's going to be hard to have the union of capital markets of savings and investments. So we are talking about a relaunching debate on securitization. But in a word, what could we do quickly enough to address this union of savings and investments that would help to bolster the European Union of the euro? That's a fundamental question. Thank you.
It's good to underscore that Europe realizes that there's an urgency to act. There's a political will. I go to the Euro meetings every month. There are national interests that are not always convergent, and I think we need to have a twofold strategy. From top down, that's the Draghi report and the Enrico Linghi on the single market. The two reports aim at reducing bureaucracy, reducing all excessive regulation. Two, from bottom up also, to be inspired by the good examples that exist at national level. I think of the pension programs that are a real success in France. These individuals saving for retirement. So if we're thinking of a different regime, we could be original. It will help a lot. But we also need to be pragmatic from the bottom to the top. The European Stability Mechanism tries to bring into convergence all of these economic analyses to find a solution. I have a problem when you say that the Chinese will never liberalize their capital accounts and will never play the card of the internationalization of the yuan. There were some figures that I think you said yesterday. The IMF, the exchange reserves of banks across the world, US 59%, Euro 20%. The Chinese yuan is at 4 or 5% because it's not payment convertible. The pound and the yen are in the second division, and when you're in a second division in terms of currency, you never go back up to the first division, as opposed to football. So the Japanese yen and the British pound are no longer international currencies. We're going to be using 3 currencies in the next 10 coming years: the dollar, the euro, and the yuan. Why do you think the Chinese will never liberalize their currency? I want to be provocative. But I see that the Chinese authorities really underscore their exchange rate policy. They don't want foreigners to have an influence on their exchange rate. And the exchange rates for Chinese economic policy are a fundamental element of their development policy in China. So if the Chinese politicians want to keep a fixed exchange rate without having to bring international capital in or see international capital exit, they're going to maintain this level of internationalization that is bilateral. There are controls, and the controls are on trade. We see that trade transactions from China are 55% done in yuan. So if you want to export or import from or to China, you can facilitate with yuan swaps. But in finance, if there isn't convertibility, I can't see how the yuan can play a role as an international currency. Well, we'll talk about this later. I think it's a cost-benefit analysis problem. So 2 quick questions from the room. Karim Lenaoui, who manages the Arab Policy Center think tank. You have to be brief because we only have 2 minutes left. I have a simple question. I was a central banker, so I know the spirit and mindset well. We're in a world of force, and currency is one of our weapons in this battle of strength across the world. Thinking of perfect transparency, all of those things that belong to the central bank, your partners aren't playing that game anymore. So in Europe, how are you anticipating this change in doctrine, which is a bit of an adventure, I recognize that. And that's the American game today. Very quickly, that's a good question. I think that we're living in a world that is deglobalizing, where international cooperation is reduced and transparency is thus reduced also. What the financial markets have shown us in the last few months is that this is not something that the financial markets want to see. Investors want certainty. They want the rule of law. They want transparency because they're committing their money. So I'm not certain, and I'm even convinced, that the advantage that Europe has, we're 27 countries with common rules, it would be a strong call, encouragement to invest in Europe. We have we're predictable, there's a separation in power, and we've shown a will to follow international laws, and I think that this will strengthen us, and it will limit the field of action of the United States and the rest of the world. So we're done. I would have continued this debate with you. A lot of frustration, but a lot of pleasure listening to you. Thank you.
Bonjour.
Good morning. Thank you for having joined us for this session, which is really a very hot topic. Energy, geostrategic supply. And we will be talking about the States, China, oil, gas, nuclear. And to debate on this, I have the pleasure on my right to have Sofia Wetsmanska. You are Vice President of the Reform Institute. And you will be talking to us about European energy policies and the way in which we can reduce our dependency. To your right, we have Nicola Mace. You're Director of Orano, and you're going to be talking about fuel sites and how can we increase our independency. What are the assets of France? Xavier Pichkatsi, you are Director of RTE, and we will be talking about the grid and the necessary transformation, 100 million investment by 2040. And Brigitte McCone, you come from the other side of the Atlantic. You are a researcher and main director of the Hudson Institute. You're a pure product of the Cold War to some extent, because your institute was founded in 1961 by former Runt population members. And I think Raymond Arnaud participated in your works. And I think that you even had an office in Paris a long time ago. So to present the challenges of this roundtable, Valérie Mignon, you're economist and member of this circle. The floor is yours. Thank you very much, Patrice, and good afternoon, everybody. So the war in Ukraine has brutally reminded us of a reality that we had somewhat neglected, and that is that energy is not merely an economic resource, it's also a geopolitical weapon, and the energy supply now is a stake of national security. So for a long time we considered energy as a technical or logistics question. But it's also a strategic lever, and it guarantees our sovereignty, and it's a source of dependency. So let's take an example that we're very familiar with, that of Russian gas. For years, Europe relied upon these cheap imports with the idea that trade would contribute to the stability of the relationship. Whereas you all know, as soon as the Russia-Ukrainian war broke out, this dependence turned around and hit the Europeans back in the face. Deliveries were suspended, prices soared, and the energy question became a political emergency. And this situation goes well beyond the only framework of Russian gas. For example, we could mention oil from the Middle East, natural gas in Qatar, or critical materials that are extracted, mined in China or in the RDC, for example. So most industrial states are structurally dependent on resources that are geographically concentrated. And this concentration accentuates market volatility and feeds international tension. The switch to a low-carbon economy does not escape this process. You're also aware that batteries, solar panels, wind turbines, electric vehicles require lithium, cobalt, rare minerals, etc., meaning raw materials that are at the heart of long supply chains that are vulnerable and often controlled by a small number of players. Therefore, the energy transition is, of course, not a synonym of energy sovereignty. In other words, by pulling out of fossil fuels, we're not removing this dependency. We're just changing the type of dependency. So therefore, what are the possible avenues to rise and meet this challenge, that of our energy supply? There are a number. The first is diversification. What does it mean? It means that we must diversify our sources of energy, our suppliers, and also our technologies. And we shouldn't place all our bets on a single solution, even though it might be renewable. The second possibility is to develop renewable energies. The advantage is that these can be produced, partially at least, locally, which reduces exposure to international tension. But of course, this is not enough to guarantee the strategic autonomy, because we would need to be able to control the entire value chain, meaning, for example, mining, refining, production, recycling, etc. A third possibility would consist in investing in storage and energy efficiency. It's not enough, as you know. To produce energy, we must also be able to store it, to transport it, and use it intelligently. What does this mean? Well, it means modern grids, performant batteries, buildings that consume less energy, decarbonated transport, etc. And all of this comes at a cost, or costs, financial, of course, technological, but also diplomatic. To achieve a form of energy autonomy requires time, coordination, strategic alliances, and therefore an approach that is deeply geopolitical. And this is the core challenge. Total energy sovereignty, we will debate about this, but total energy sovereignty is unattainable. No country will be able to produce alone, all the time, everything that they need. But strategic autonomy that is consolidated, it might be possible. What does this mean? It means depending less, depending better, but above all, depending on chosen partners who are reliable and who we choose within the framework of balanced alliances. So in all, the energy question can no longer be dissociated from geopolitical global balances. It is at the heart of industrial policy, climate commitments, and our collective security. So it requires a deep-rooted shift in paradigm, meaning we must move from a process of short-term flow management to a true resilience long-term strategy. So we will be debating about all of this today with our four speakers, who we're delighted to welcome. Patrice, thank you, Valerie. Thank you above all from illustrating the complex nature of these energy challenges. So, Brigham McCann, how do the United States see these challenges of sovereignty? Europe has placed the accent on carbon neutrality. There was the major IRA program by Biden on renewables, and then there was the turnaround of Donald Trump. How can we understand the energy strategy of the States today?
My apologies. I need to speak in English because you would not want to hear my French. My wife says I sound more like an Italian, so let me leave it there. But just on the outset, thank you so much to the organizers, to the city, to our expert moderator, fellow panel members, and to you ladies and gentlemen in the audience. I'd be remiss if I did not remark by saying today in America we are celebrating our birthday, and that is due in large part to France and Lafayette, who, without whom, as a naval man, I can tell you, without whom that would not have made it possible. So, and on the notice of the transatlantic relations, we've heard some people say it's great. We've heard some people it's, well, you have a word for that, and it's going to get worse. Let me just say that if any of you and your family have a family where nobody quarrels, where there is no argument or no differences of opinion, please let me know, because I would like to be adopted by your family. But in all seriousness, we have undergone this shift from the Biden administration to the Trump administration, and America is divided on energy. What I can tell you is both the Republicans and the Democrats are trying to understand what is the definition of energy security, and that's something that I study a lot at Hudson. And really, it's the intersection of having energy that is available, it is accessible meaning reliable, and it is affordable. And I think if we look at the post-Russian invasion of Ukraine in 2022, and we look at what happened to Germany, and we looked at what happened to Europe as a whole with the energy crisis, we can see that, to your point, diversification is really critically important. And while we do want to move toward a lower carbon energy mix, that affordability piece keeps popping back out. And America passed the the Inflation Reduction Act under President Biden, which had nothing to do with inflation, by the way. It was just spending a lot of money, and it gave a lot of money to everybody, including the green industry. It was at the time heavily criticized in Europe as a give out to green technology, unfair. Now President Trump has come back and said, stop giving out money to anybody. If you make it, you make it. If you don't make it, you don't make it. It is fair. He has called the Green New Deal the green energy scam. I think the truth always lies somewhere in between the extremes. And America is in a bit of a different position because of the abundance of oil and natural gas, which for us has been a godsend considering the Middle East crisis of the 70s, the dependencies that many other countries face. But the takeaway from this is that the world will only continue to use more energy, not less. That has been our point to this juncture. Maybe someday energy is so efficient we use less, maybe the population stabilizes, but for the foreseeable future it uses more. And the great news is that over the last several years, we've deployed more renewable energy than ever before. In 2024, I think it was 3.7, I keep wanting to say gigawatts. I saw that movie the other day. Exajoules of energy. But that was only half of the energy growth across the world. The other half still coming from fossil fuels, which are still 87% of what the world uses. So the question is, how do we responsibly develop energy at a reliable cost without deindustrialization of our own economies, while diversifying the supply chain, as has been pointed out by Valérie? And how can we do that in a way that lessens our dependence on individual countries?
Merci beaucoup. Donc une énergie.
Thank you very much. Therefore, available energy at a reasonable cost, even if we have to not do away with, but maybe defer investments in the fight against climate change and carbon neutrality, considering the economic climate. So I turn now to you, Nicolas Mayes. You are director of Orano. France, for a long time, has been very proud of its nuclear industry and then went into a series of hesitations on this subject. Close certain reactors, and now there's a regain of nuclear on the fuel side. How can France guarantee this supply and its energy sovereignty? Can you explain this to us? You have 5 or 6 minutes. Yes, maybe just to come back to the fact that nuclear, by essence, is an energy that has a geostrategic influence. Geostrategically, there can be no decarbonated energy without a mix that is based on renewables. And if you're not lucky enough to have hydraulic energy, it requires nuclear energy. In a historic and diplomatic point of view, civil nuclear energy was born in the UN in 1953 with Eisenhower's speech for peace, and then with the Euratom Treaty, one of the essential treaties of the European Union. So from a financial point of view, the challenge recently has been to fund the major multilateral financial institutions were refusing to fund nuclear energy for the past 15 years, and then the European Investment Bank with a loan of 400 billion euros, and then the World Bank have removed these blockages and have come back to funding nuclear energy. But it's a very multilateral approach. So in nuclear energy, of course, there are the reactors that we talk of all the time, EPRs, and then we talk about startups. So the reactor is just one of the legs. The second leg is the fuel that we use for these reactors, which is sometimes the thing that we forget about in the subject. All of the development of nuclear startups have talked a lot about their reactors, but most of them actually work on a chain of fuel that doesn't yet exist today, and which restricts the reality of actually coming coming to the market, but we're working hard with them in order to develop this. Then on the fuel cycle, what are we talking about? We're talking about the supply of uranium, its transformation, and then the processing of end-of-life fuels. So the supply of uranium is what we talk about most. And there are two realities here because it's a raw material. One of them has a geological reality. And the good news there is that there is uranium everywhere. It is a natural element on Earth, and it exists everywhere, even in seawater. Of course, there can't be mines everywhere because there must be concentration mechanisms. But once again, good news, there is uranium everywhere in the world. And now you have mines that are being operated in Kazakhstan, Australia, Africa, Australia, Canada, United States. And of course, I'm being a bit lengthy, but it's to show you that it's really everywhere. And in the countries that I listed, there are countries of the OCDE. And not only. So there are geographic realities everywhere. And a geopolitical reality is that even though it is omnipresent, there are alliances to be forged because a lot of countries that use nuclear don't have large amounts of uranium in their country, and therefore, through diversification and alliances, they need to secure their supplies. But uranium is not really the subject. The subject is autonomy and sovereignty in the fuel cycle is the subsequent stages of transformation which allow us to purify this uranium and then to enrich it. And these steps call upon technologies that are not very widespread, and they're highly concentrated and highly monitored and regulated because these technologies can have a dual use. Meaning if you use it to create energy, that's good, but you can also use it for far less honorable ends. So we've all become specialists of this with the recent bombings in Iran. And this transformation step for many industrial sectors is not the one that we're talking about, but it's the one that is key. If you make a parallel with rare minerals, they're not rare, actually. There are sources of rare minerals everywhere in the world, but the processing is very concentrated. 98% is in China. Uranium is not a rare matter, but its transformation is somewhat concentrated. The good news is that most of it is done in France, and when we say that France, therefore, is autonomous and sovereign in its energy field, it's because they control these manufacturing stages. In the long term, you might say, what if uranium one day came to be scarce, or if the polarization of the world meant that the access to uranium would become more difficult? What would we do? And it's true, that's why in the long term it's important to place our bets on technologies of processing and recycling of nuclear fuels. This is a reality that already exists in France. It's been a long-term choice in France. Today, 1 light bulb out of 10 in France is lit up with recycled nuclear fuel that has been removed from the plants, reprocessed and put back in. So this is due to the historical choices of France. This is also a historical choice of Russia and the choice that China is heading for also. It's also a choice made by Japan. I've cited all of the big nuclear powers except for one. And the United States, where it was taboo for a long time, then it went to, it's no longer taboo, but it's not our doctrine. And in Trump's executive orders that were signed in May, Trump said the United States will restudy processing and recycling and no doubt start processing and recycling. So to conclude, we understand the geostrategic dimension, the choices made by the countries. France, and through France, Europe, is incredibly lucky because France has one of the 2 only companies in the world that controls all of this technology. This company is called Orano, and I have the honor of managing this company. The second company is Rosato, but it's the Russians. So if we're the only company in the Western world to control all of these technologies, it means that we have a real asset for our country, but no doubt also a good means to forge links with a certain number of other powers, and in particular the United States, who do not harness some of these technologies. Thank you, Nicolas Mess. I turn to you, Xavier Pichaki, please. You're president of the board of RTE. You are in charge of this transition also, because with high voltage lines, you're in the heart of a tremendous program of modernization of the high voltage grid with a program of 100 million euros of investment by 2040. And there again, no doubt, we need all of the necessary material. You will be explaining how you see this subject. Yes, so I would like to react to what Madam said about when she said that when we were to go through this transition, we would go from one dependency to another. I don't entirely agree with that, because these questions of independence or sovereignty are often questions of intensity. We're not in a world where everything is black and white. We know that doesn't exist. Our dependency in Europe of very high intensity is our dependence on oil and gas. France, which is a country that consumes comparatively little gas and little electricity compared to its neighbors, is still dependent to the extent of 60% for the energy that it uses. This is raw materials, therefore oil and gas, that we do not mine in Europe, a little bit of gas in the north, and that is what makes us dependent. And so, of course, the tradition can create others, but there are questions of proportions which we must bear in mind. Having said this, to move away from oil and gas for economic questions, for climate questions, and also questions of sovereignty means electrifying, and therefore you need a grid. I just want to say how RTE, because as you said, I'm in charge of this big investment plan, how we're taking on board this question of sovereignty. We have three different angles. The first is the sovereignty of raw materials, and that's mostly metal. Where does metal come from? If we have time, we'll say a word on how we recycle it. And I agree with my neighbor. Rare metals we talk a lot about, but what is critical is not the sources, it's the way in which we process them. So that's what we're concerned with. Then we also look at technological sovereignty. When you're a critical operator, as we are, the technologies that we deploy on the grid, we must understand them and we must harness them. For example, if we put SE in open source, it's better than to put SE, which is a black box. It's valid for standard SE, also for AI. And we have launched an initiative on the list of the digital resilience of companies, where everyone is looking at how far they're exposed around these digital issues. So we must harness the technologies that we use in our country. Whether we manufacture them or not, it's better to manufacture them. And the third sovereignty that we are seeking to attain is manufacturing sovereignty, where the factories to manufacture the equipment that we set up in Europe. Of course, if they're in Europe, it's better, for a very good reason, because you can't switch off the tap. And that's important. It's a sovereignty that we don't often talk about. We might think that, of the world as a world plant, but it is a considerable means of pressure when the manufacturing is concentrated on one continent or another. So these are our three different angles for measuring our different interdependencies and our sovereignty. And it's a question of national protection. It's a question of sovereignty. Of course, if we have the opportunity, we will say a word about how we deal with each of these sovereign aspects. Raw materials, tech, and manufacturing. Where are the plants? Thank you very much, Sofia Wetmanska. You're co-president of the Reform Unit Institute. You're from Poland. Europe has just decided in May to limit dependency on Russian gas. The idea is to no longer depend on Russian gas by the end of 2027, to no longer have any oil coming through the Russian Phantom fleet, and also to limit the number of supply contracts with Russia for nuclear. Is this the right avenue? Is it possible, above all? Can we achieve this?
Thank you so much for having me. As you said, I come from Poland, so I'll offer as much of optimism as I can, but there are limits to that. I do think that's possible still, and I think if you were having a conversation on energy security 10 years ago, Poland would boast and be proud of its success in diversifying natural gas supplies through Baltic Pipe, through LNG terminals and so on. And that was actually the first time where, or maybe not very rare time, where we actually prioritized long-term outcomes over the short-term gains. And so that is very much a success, I do agree. But it was an answer that provided solutions just in time for the crisis caused by Russian war in Ukraine. But it's no longer a solution for the upcoming issues with energy security. So that possibility can only be achieved, the outlook of energy security in 2030s or 2040s can only be accessed or achieved through diversification of energy sources and reduction of over-reliance on supplies of fossil fuels and investments in diversification. And we've heard that's difficult, that has its own problems, but when you do the cost-benefit analysis, the costs of reliance on fossil fuels are much harder and much more expensive than the costs that reliance on renewables and diversified energy mix can be associated with. So it's very much about cost-benefit analysis and that trust in the long-term sustainability and the resilience rather than short-term outcomes. And I'm going to repeat some of the aspects because I'm going to focus on the policy aspect, given that I run the think tank. Yes, renewable energy deployment, we've heard that from almost everyone, if not everyone, but that is associated with policies such as streamlining the permitting process, right? So if you think about it, in Poland, you cannot really deploy renewables if you were to do it tomorrow, right? Any decisions that are happening today provide the outlook of new gigawatts coming into the system in 2030. So it's not the tomorrow we're thinking about, but it's another decade that is realistic. So that permitting process and the permitting process that the EU focused on in the Repower EU, so the plan that you've mentioned is part of the Repower EU. So part of that decarbonization as an answer to the crisis. So that is very much a priority across the Europe. It's not only Poland, but it's across the Europe. Another one would be grid infrastructure. We already heard about the grids. It is, again, a very common problem across the Europe. In Poland, almost 7,000 requests for joining the grid were declined in 2023. It is about 80, theoretical 80 gigawatts. So we are losing opportunities because the investments in grid didn't catch up with the pace of change that has happened or is possible to happen. So policy solutions like that can help us speed the process. And then I think we haven't mentioned that too much in this discussion is the energy efficiency. So what I'm saying, and energy efficiency and sort of decreasing the demand for energy as such. So not only the standards for buildings or industry, but also policies such as very controversial at the EU level, ETS2 system. That is the way that EU introduces or aims to introduce disincentivize the extensive use of fossil fuels. So there are a number of investments and policy directions that you can use to make the goal of energy security possible. And however, you also, apart from the policies that target the energy efficiency, the renewable deployment, you also need that infrastructure. There was quite a lot about technologies already mentioned in our dialogue, but I think we haven't named the Clean Industrial Deal as one of the levers for that decarbonization process and for these technologies, so such as tax incentives, subsidies, and any support for infrastructure to help us mainstream solar panels, batteries, heat pumps, and so on. So that Clean Industrial Deal as a policy is a major lever if deployed at the national level very efficiently. So this is also not at the Commission's level, but at the member states level to actually implement it in a manner that helps to benefit and right benefits. And I think last or final message in that sort of context is the strategic alliances. It's not only about the alliances with the trusted partners, it's also the understanding that for a long time, member states prioritize their own benefits, and there will always be incentives to do bilateral deals with China when it comes to technology or any other sort of bilateral decisions. But as soon as we realize that if we prioritize the European angle, the national benefits can be scaled much further, that's going to bring us further. And I think recent announcement of, for example, clean technology hub that has been set by the EU, so the similar manner of thinking as it was about gas, right? So the common gas purchases, European gas purchases, it's going to be about technologies now. So establishing those partnerships, establishing cooperation across the EU, but also with third parties as a European Union, not individual states, that could help us mainstream the transition process and get us to that realistic energy security that we so dream about.
Merci Sofia Wetmanska. Je vais lancer...
Thank you. I would like to launch a debate because you have mentioned the issue of energy efficiency, and I turn towards you, Xavier Pichassi. You have Anne Le Vergeon said that nuclear plants could produce more energy in a more efficient manner. Is it something that you would confirm or not? Could we do better on that level? What does RTE say on that? I would give the floor to Nicolas on the nuclear energy aspect, but we say what we write. The nuclear energy park produces 360 tetra-hour, and the objective is to generate 400. There's no controversy what we produce right now. It's 400 tetra-hour per year. We have had a phenomenon of corrosion under constraint, which is quite complicated. We're trying to solve the problem. Do you share that analysis, Xavier? I'm not going to comment on the book of Mrs. Le Vergeon, if you allow me, but the objective of 400 terawatt-hour has been reconfirmed by Mr. Fontana, who was confirmed as the president of EDF. He was crystal clear, it was the objective. And the second thing that I would like to say is that we have to be very to be careful about comparisons, because this could be managed in a different way if you manage it in a way where you just insure just a small part of the electricity and you do it for modulations, which is not always the case when it's a small share of the electricity at large. What about energy supply? Can you talk about this?
Briefly, we can always increase efficiency, and we should always attempt to do that with new sources of products that we purchase and re-insulation, but you cannot save your way to energy prosperity. Energy prosperity, energy abundance equals economic prosperity, equals economic abundance. It is that critical ingredient along with the cost of people and material that makes you competitive in the world. Energy scarcity brings energy poverty. And so again, my caution is we can't save our way to nirvana, but we need more energy, and I think nuclear is a fantastic option.
Thank you. Sofia Wetmanska.
Maybe just quickly to add to that affordability aspect, there's also, again, policy angle to that on the redistribution aspect. So we do have, as European Union member states, ETS revenues that could, if well planned, could be spent to support vulnerable groups and vulnerable parts of society to redistribute the effects of the climate policy. So that energy efficiency measures that would be costly for some could be sort of mitigated through the appropriate policy measures, redistributional measures that member states do need to implement, and the EU is awaiting the social climate plans from the beneficiaries of the Social Climate Fund.
Thank you. Maintenant, allons un peu plus loin sur la question des dépendances ou des inter.
Something else about interdependency and dependency. We talked about uranium and the difficulties found in Africa. You have highlighted that there was uranium everywhere in the world. What about the countries where you could bet to secure a French supply? Today, We have been involved in Canada and Kazakhstan. We were in Niger, and that you've seen that we are in a very sensitive situation now, and to the point that we have reached international arbitrage. You have noticed that, as opposed to what the press could say, France has not found itself with a blackout, and the electricity price didn't soar because of what happened in Niger, and it accounted for 3% of the world uranium. So it's a matter of balance of supply and demand as a side event, but also it's a real difficulty for our people there. Today, we are in a program to develop in Uzbekistan and Mongolia, but also in Canada. And we have also exploration activities in Mongolia, again, in Canada, in a significant way. And we are also thinking about relaunching exploration in other countries of the world. So you try to diversify the supply chain in different areas of the world. Yes, not to depend on one single area. And this is our objective. What you have to understand about France is that the security of supply does not depend on Orano only. We sell approximately 50% of our uranium to EDF, but we sell uranium, 50% of this, to Japan, to Korea, to America. And EDF, it will be up to tell them, but 50% of their needs are secured with us. That means that they outsources their needs to in the ballpark of 50% to someone else, which is a good thing, because they could buy from Australia, from Namibia, in countries where we are not. That means that France depends on dozens of countries where we are involved only in 4 or 5 countries. So you were talking about enriched uranium. We still depend on Russia. What could be done to phase out of Russian uranium? Well, it depends when you say we. Well, France doesn't depend on Russia for enriched uranium. We have enough on our territory to feed 90 million of households, so that's a lot. But if we know US and all Europe, well, if we, when we talk about we, it's Europe and US, 30% of enriched uranium comes from Russia, and there's no substitution capacity as to this Russian supply. This is why civil uranium is not under sanctions, because there's no alternative, as opposed to oil, because we can buy it elsewhere. This is our commitment, is to increase our capacities in Europe and in the US. We have launched an investment on Tricastin site in the Vallée du Rhône to increase by 30% our capacity. It's a 1.7 billion investment authorized by the Board of Directors in 2023, and that will produce the first turbines in mid-2028, and we will have the opportunity to have an enrichment plant in the US to replace the Russians. So there's no commercial contract with Rosatom nowadays for Orano. No, Orano has no contract with Rosatom. Orano doesn't buy enriched uranium for itself. It's electricians that buy it, actually. No, Orano, we have no connection whatsoever with Rosatom. So what about dependency on Russia? There was a 2024 act that provided to phase out of this dependency. What are you going to do to not to depend on Russia anymore on that subject?
Thank you for the question. Very quickly, we have to stand back up our own enrichment facilities, which were vast and large, but very inefficient by today's standards. And they were shut down as part of the post-Cold War dividend, where we actually purchased highly enriched uranium from Russia to get that weapons-grade material out of the country. But this was a dependency that we created. Canada has announced it wishes to become a world superpower of energy, and that includes the ability to mine uranium. And then the U.S. needs to invest heavily in centrifuges and additional capacity. But maybe you can come save us from ourselves in this regard?
That's what we'll actually do. And notre projet.
Our project, I'm going back to French. Our project is AIC, is like hike as an hour. And if it becomes a reality, it will be on the Oak Ridge site in Tennessee. Xavier Pichazik, about the matter of metals that are necessary for all these high voltage cables. Can you delve into the subject and talk further about the program that you have launched or that you're about to launch? Yes. I wanted to refer to that informally before. We often talk about rare earth elements, because when we talk about the global cost of energy transformation and electrification of Europe and France, we see that often we have metals that could become critical and that are daily metals. That's the copper and uranium. We do not harness it enough. We do not extract it in Europe. We produce it, however. But we have launched diversification operations. This is what we're discussing with our suppliers to know where it comes from. And we have a recycling program. But we don't have natural resources of raw materials, not enough, actually. And what we try to do is to recycle a maximum of that. And what we try to do is to do that with cables, to insert in cables that we buy a part of recycled metal from our previous cables. And it's not that easy from a technical point of view, because to transport electricity, we need to have pure metals. And so from an industrial point of view, it's quite complex. We stand at 10% right now. The objective is to reach 30%. It's also this way, and with the diversification of rare earths and metals, that we can become independent. And I'm going to go back to what we said earlier. Independence, it's a matter of diversification, but also intensity. What we're looking for is to try a way to have low intensity of these potential dependencies. In France or in Europe, do we have industrialists that are looking to enter this new market of recycled metals? Is that a sector that we should develop? Yes. I'm going to mention them. Trimet in France. It's in Maurienne. So we work with Trimet. We work with Nexans. We involve also French industrialists, but also we do so because I have the conviction that this energy transition cannot be done without efforts. And this energy transition will generate a lot of investments. And that will boost growth for France. And what is invested on the French territory should generate jobs in France. If I invest on other transport electricity carriers, it needs to generate jobs in France. So as a counterpart, what we have to set up, this is an economic, political, and social counterpart, but it's also a way to deal and address our sovereignty issues. So it's two birds with one stone, and it's a good thing. So we set ourselves objectives in terms of supply, of facilities and equipment, and for 100 billion of investments, you can imagine that it's a lot at stake. So in Europe, 100%, and in France, above 50%. So 100 billion euros, that will be costly for the consumer in France, won't it? Well, these are amortized and depreciated over time. No, it won't cost that much because the networks are not prevailing in the bill, in the electricity bill, but this is something that is pooled for all consumers and producers. So we're not going to have cables pulled out of pure pleasure. What we want to do is to have an efficient business model that is optimized from an economic point of view, so that we do not have too high a cost and that it's not a burden for the consumers. As for the transition, it will take more space on the bill, but we will be able to optimize the production to try to reduce the share of production. I'm going to give you a small example. When we do renewable energy, we have to have flexibility, and the production cost decreases because it's not that hard to build, but this will have a cost on the grid. So this is how we balance out. Mr. Vetmanska, what about recycling? Do we need to do recycling for energy? Should it be a priority to support industrial programs? Is that already the case?
And just to come back to what was just said about the recycling of rare elements, that is very much in line with what CID, so the Clean Industrial Deal proposed by Commission, is proposing as one of the sources of rare elements. And what is happening in France is very much ahead of what's happening in the rest part of Europe. So there's definitely lessons to be learned and knowledge transfer to happen, because very rarely circular economy approach has been used to increase the sources or to diversify the sources as of yet. So I think that's an important angle of that discussion. And coming back to the question to the energy recycling, so essentially the efficiency of the processes, and that basically plays its part for the industry and hard to abate sectors at the largest scale. So undoubtedly, if we are to continue that competitive approach towards decarbonization, that is one of the types of technologies as such that we cannot really overlook in the transition. So firstly, the circular geopolitical dimension of circular economy suddenly is being integrated into the discussion, which has not happened earlier, and now and the energy efficiency aspect is also at the industrial level cannot be overlooked, I'd say.
Merci.
Thank you. Brigade Macron, we saw the tug of war between President Trump and Volodymyr Zelensky on the question of mine resources, and they tried to force and compel Zelensky to get the mines. So are these resources so strategic? First question. And from the viewpoint of Europe, could we consider that the US is still an ally of Europe?
Let me say, I think that the United States is still an ally of Europe, as I started off this morning, or talking earlier at the beginning of the conference. And while this is an interesting moment for U.S.-European relations, I think we will move beyond this. I think, you know, when you look at President Trump, you can't hinge on the first thing he says, which is, I want you to cut your arms off, or I want you to whatever. That's part of the negotiating tactic. It's not very diplomatic. I get that. What is important is to where the conversation eventually ends up. And the U.S. and Ukraine did end up signing a critical minerals agreement. But yeah, that was quite a day in the Oval Office, and Mr. Zelensky was supposed to come to Hudson to deliver a keynote after that, which we decided not to fan the flames anymore that day and to wait for another day. So that is unfortunate. But critical minerals, rare earth materials, you know, they are important. They are extremely important for the energy transition. They're important for the materials that we made. I've heard about the F-35. You cannot make it without critical materials. And most of these are concentrated in certain areas that are, shall we say, less than democratic. So that is something where Western unity would be very helpful in not only being able to mine these materials, but to process them, which is really the more important aspect, which has been alluded to today.
Merci.
Thank you. We are in Europe. The energy market is not a national matter. Xavier Perchazik on the matter of interconnection of grids. Is it a way also to secure our supply? Is it an opportunity for the consumer? Is it an upside? Yes, it is, because it's the first source of flexibility, the first element that allows us to manage and address peak hours and down hours. So we can exchange energy so as to have a bigger base and to make all our grids flexible. And it's a good way to do that. It's a good thing to do that. We could also have industrial incidents, and France has, in 22-23, has gone through an electric crisis with the corrosion under constraint period. During that winter, we imported a lot of energy. The rest of the time, France is a country that generates an electricity of high quality thanks to nuclear energy first. It's affordable, it's decarbonated. So France tends to supply Europe with electricity that is carbon-free. That's good news. That's good news for the climate, because the one that we produce at home and that we export, it's a lot of gas and coal plants that do not, that are not active elsewhere. It's a good thing for sovereignty, because this is something that we generate on our territory and something else that we haven't talked about. It's a piece of news for the climate, because when we generate nuclear energy or renewable electricity and we export it, 90 terawatt-hour, it's significant, it's carbon-free, and it decarbonates all Europe. Do you want to say something, Mrs. Vatmanska, on that subject?
Just wanted to add that another sort of source of flexibility, or rather a solution towards that energy security, is not only reliance on other European countries, but also reliance on a decentralized energy system. So we haven't really touched on this, but as soon as the war in Ukraine started, a lot of citizens in Poland especially went to renewables, because that gave them the sense of control and that gave them the sense of security. So that, I think, helps with the perception of the decarbonization as a source to energy security. I just wanted to add that we have missed that in discussion, I think.
Merci. Brigand McCon, vous voulez ajouter quelque chose?
Mr. Ancon, would you like to speak about that before giving the floor to the room?
Yes, you were being too kind, because France saved Spain for about 8 hours a couple of weeks ago, and has also pushed energy to Germany and to other places when their grids have not been quite ready to do so.
Merci. Il nous reste 3.
Thank you. We have 3 minutes left, so if you have any questions, please raise your hands. We have mics being handed out. A lot of questions, I see. Régis Baudouin, I would like to ask a question to all the panel. Electricity is more costly, much more costly in Europe than in US or China. How, in these circumstances, could we consider to decrease this price to favor reindustrialization? We've talked about refining of metals. This is very energy intense, energy consuming, and we'll need an affordable energy to do so. So I would like to listen to the panelists on that issue. Who wants to react? Xavier Pichasik, maybe? And then Brigham McCown on the American front? There's an elephant in the room, which is called the carbon tariffication. Beyond this, there's a lever which is very efficient. It's taxation. We have a relative taxation between the oil, gas products and that of electricity that we could adjust to make electricity consumption more attractive. You're right in saying that there's a price difference. However, when we look at the costs of production in Europe, the production costs of electricity are quite weak, are quite low. So in Europe, we have a strong issue. The market functioning makes us closer to the costs. So, indeed, in Europe, we have taken our responsibility and we have applied carbon tariffication because we have climate commitments. And so we allocate to the production of energy coming from coal and gas in the form of tariffication, carbon tariffication. I think it's very healthy because it's not a matter of sovereignty issues that we have to manage, but it's also a matter of fighting against climate change issue. And we have to take our responsibilities in that subject. This is a good introduction for my American neighbor. Very briefly, because we should have time for another question.
You know, and I can't get into it, but I would tell you free market reform and less regulation would be helpful.
Merci. Une dernière question.
Another question, because we have 20 seconds left. Is that all good? Yeah. Yann Carbo, thank you. My question is on the supply. You mentioned countries where the supply was anticipated or planned. You talk about Canada, Kazakhstan, Mongolia, and Uzbekistan. These are countries which are in spheres of influence that are close to the US for Canada and Russia and China. So we should have a decrease of nuclear plants worldwide, so an increase of consumption of nuclear energy. Should there be a stress on demand, shouldn't we, French people, should we be sure to be well supplied enough? Nicolas Baez. You can sleep tight, citizens. We won't be of shortage of uranium in France. If we take the case of uranium, 60% of uranium comes from Canada. It's under US influence, but US hasn't become an enemy. It's difficult to talk to them right now, but they're still an ally, fundamentally. Secondly, in the short run, this geological reality that I was talking about and this world redistribution is such that there will be alliances that will change, but there will be enough uranium. But over the longer term, it's a question, indeed, obviously. And this is why the nuclear parks wants to do recycling. I was talking about it's already a reality. 10% of nuclear electricity energy comes from recycled elements. And if we use more recycled, we could actually reach 20% over the years. And there's another stage we could reach where we could reach 40%. And the ideal world where we would close the cycles for the specialists of the cycle, we could reach 100% of recycling with all the elements that are already in existence. That's for the end of the century. 10% is for 2025, 25% is for 2030, 40% is for 2040, and 100% is for the end of the century. Thank you. That will be the takeaway message. Thank you to Nicolas Maes. Thank you to Brigham Macau. Thank you to Xavier Peravitz. Thank you to Arnaud Pieton and Sofia Medvanska.